Welcome to Brighton. There is the Brighton Tower. Rather fabric-looking device. Apparently the only reason we can see it is because we're on a globe. Height has nothing to do with perspective, according to my friends in the globe department. Anyway, welcome. I'm going to walk in. I parked up by the beachfront, but they wanted £15 for 4 hours of parking, and that just wasn't going to cut it. But I thought what I'd do is I'd start with a walk-in, and then you guys can decide later on if you want to fast forward or watch the setup, see how it goes. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put the banners yet, but I've got a general location in mind. It's the Brighton Pier. I had an hour drive here, a little bit further than I expected. So just matching in the chat already. It's funny, there's more than one person in chat, and yet and that if you like, that says 4 now. That's the one, and there was a couple of names that popped up already. Still a little bit of difficulty seeing the script. It's a bit faint. The person's name is in a different color font on this. So what's been going on for you guys? How's Narnia treating you? How does it feel to be outcast? Disneyland. See down here will be, yep, there's a window in there. There's a window in there. Why would you do that?
A bit like John Lennon now.
I do love the old pub here in England. I do love the old pub. And I do wonder if it's not like I know there's people in the truth community that still drink pretty frequently, but I do wonder if it doesn't have some kind of sedative effect on us that sort of calms us in a way from. This is quite busy. Don't want to get run down though. The lady was swerving to the bird, which meant she was coming towards me, which is there you go, there's the pier down that way. I could walk this way around. Sorry. I was stalling. Walk this way around, it might be a little bit more interesting. Yeah, what's been going on for you?
Well, I'm going to get my medication.
Get your medication, maybe. Andrea and I were talking about this. You know, we wonder about how much of that stuff we really need, and whether the slice and drug department, the butchery and pills, whether they aren't doctored to believe a certain thing. And we were querying the word doctor. Andrea looked it up. What is the origin of the word doctor? And apparently it had an original meaning of like wizardry or something, or spellcraft. And of course, the doctor. The word doctor is made up of 2 words. There's a very strange looking palace here, right, and it's just through there. I'm pushing through now. Just weird kind of backstory, and it does look to me like one of those poured concrete buildings. But there's a whole story about that. Anyway, 18 HD, how are you doing? Hey, there's the sneaker, professional sneaker. Am I going to Churchill Square? To be honest, is that the one through there? That way? I don't know Brighton that well, but I know there's like a main square there, but I was actually going to head down onto the pier, down that way. There's a fair footfall, and I can obviously try and take advantage of that. Avoid that in and out class, I don't know anything it says. It does look like a nice day. New Hampshire guy. I said, I told you before, possibly I've spent some nice weeks in New Hampshire in 1988. Nashua, New Hampshire. And some of this Manchester might be in Vermont, I can't remember now. Yeah, look at this. From a mud bloody kind of perspective, this doesn't make sense, you know, they have to build into that little space down in there. It makes no logical sense at all. Well, I will consider that as an option. You know, I'm not absolutely, in terms of the location, I'm not absolutely fixed on it having to be here, but it's a nice place. You know, I might not have great places. You know, one of my considerations is, can I hang the banners? Because having them on the floor is a little bit inadequate. You'll see all sorts of different configurations of how the downstairs have been repaired or recovered. Very untied, very messy. A little bit of little checkerboard action there, a little mark from the boys who did this. And when you see it like this, it's hard to favour a single Mandela effect event. This is because these are done individually. Sometimes the homeowners have done their own little fiddle on this. And there's the Brighton Pier up ahead. Yeah. Maybe we'll go out there. Yeah, so I was thinking like, oh, there's a wind farm out there actually. And you know, I can see why people in the Globe department, School of Globe, why they would say, oh look, it's sort of fading over the boundary of the horizon. It's so easy to debunk. I just don't know why. Palamine from the army was commenting on a video from Bristol where the great conversations, including one with a person, I don't know if it's a male or female, but a person who, only because I can't remember who that person was, who is a geologist. And you know, like there's some video here you can go and find of ships going over the horizon and then being brought back into view by long-range camera technology. But they don't want to look at that. And I think if they see it, a cognitive dissonance smacks them so hard that they just go straight back to, yeah, but that's how it works on a ball. Or you know, it's being refracted and bent and so on, back over the ball. Obviously I won't be able to put the banners up on the pier. You get the most footfall that side of the pier. Oh, there's a lot of people here. Like a crowd of students, I suppose. Let's get out there. London to Brighton mini run, I don't even know, is this weekend then? I decided to come today, obviously, as the snooker player told me, it would be busier on Saturday. Hello, mate. It'll be busier on the weekend than it is now. However, I've got my daughter spending time with me this weekend, and this is a very rare and beautiful thing. So I opted to go with family versus this bigger family. Sometimes it's much easier to go with those who are willing to hold you close than those that are willing to prefer to push you away. Unlike my army friend Clint, he's one of very few who hasn't pushed me away. He's hung in there and still mates. We don't talk as much, but he would much rather think that I'm completely lost my stones here than that he's been deceived by the masters of the game. Yeah, this is a pretty busy thoroughfare here because most people have to come this way. So I'm thinking that this is my spot. The people will give me, like they can legitimately give me grief for covering up these here. So that's going to be that would be the only snag about this spot. Like I've said to my pal, Clint, we were in the army in our lives, absolutely defended and independent of this one mile target wasn't out of the ordinary for a training day, and knowing exactly how to account for the various conditions. It's a matter of life and death, and in our case, we made allowance for it. We feel a bit of wind now. We would make allowance for that. I'm going to allowance for our direction. Because if there was Coriolis, then direction would be a different ways adjacent to Coriolis. Would have an impact on they try to tell us that it's not You're in Nashville. Oh, yeah, I spent a few weeks there. It's a cyber. Let me first. I didn't know. Okay. Are you wanting my phone number? Yeah, sub to Trinities. Backup channel. Had no subscribers in the last month, sitting at 315. And I do sometimes feel, I got copyright in this software. Nothing really. I had a few moments of a song. Seconds. But yeah, we're, and even some of these conversations I have in the street, they skirt around some of the issues and get close to some of the issues. Just thinking about my location. So I can get them all out here and not affect anybody else. And I'm close enough to this, I think. Yeah, and a little bit of chalk down, we'll be good to go. So what I'm going to do, guys, is I'm going to try and hang my phone up somewhere and start the banners going up, and then we'll continue with conversations. Give this a like if you can, share it so that we get a little bit of additional traction today. Should be pretty interesting. I think you'll find that even though people here have been maligned by the government, because this is a gay mecca, by the way, this is the San Francisco of the UK. People here will still be defending the system. What is that called? I don't know if that's Stockholm or Dunning-Kruger. I'm not sure, so I need to work that one out. Anyway, let's get these banners going. Whoa, I missed that. They're about 3 meters and 4 meters long. Just the one? Thank you.
no. Just where you were looking down, I thought the sun had it before. Yeah, you were just looking. No, it's a French challenge. Yeah, it's a French challenge. Yeah. The way you were just up and down, I thought you might have thought, oh shit.
Thanks, man. No,
No, sorry. Numbers on. I'm on vacation. I think I'm taking something. I thought I'd hang around for 20 minutes or so if he turns up.
I think I may have brought one. My granny just is
How's that going?
Alright, so he's up now.
We'll take more. Take another one. Need a bit more string.
absolutely brilliant. Okay, let's go. I want to see this.
So we didn't try and taste it.
If you fucking look at power cables into the sea, there's a fucking curve.
I'm not sure. Quite funny. I like how no one's like really looking up in the field down. Yeah. That's funny.
So do you know that fake space? They never went to the moon. You know that?
What? Not in?
Yes, they are off. No, talk about it. You do?
Yeah, but I tell people, NASA will make a fool out of us.
Yes, totally.
Yeah.
Totally. It's Disney, really, for
I say if
adults.
it's round, you're going other way around, when you go to Japan.
You're going to fall off.
Yeah.
You're going to fall off. Water must be contained.
Exactly.
Water
It's
must
like a
be
plate.
That's right. But we inside it. There's a roof that's covered us because that's why we got pressure.
By cloud, yeah.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Yeah.
But Earth is flat.
Ancient cultures knew this, but the modern science is the new religion, where they have you believe they can go into a vacuum, but they never put a man in a
It's a
vacuum.
horizon and a cloud
Yeah.
is a gas.
Yes.
But hard surface is hard and
That's
flat.
right. That's right.
Perfect.
That's
That's
right.
why I found someone
Nice to
intelligent.
meet you. Let me give you a flyer. I'll give you a flyer.
I'm ready to go.
Thanks, brother.
Thank
Have
you.
a good one. All the best.
Everyone knows that.
It's nice. Yeah, I know when you catch people coming across the road for that. Yep. Nice to see you there.
You know someone's got to come across and scrub all this off again, don't you?
You know, it rains every day.
Oh, hang on.
Yeah, it's
No.
good. Yeah?
No. Really? Like, it's just graffiti.
It's chalk.
Doesn't matter though, does it, mate? You know what I mean? Someone's still got to come along and clean that up.
Does it offend you, this? I knew you'd say that.
I need the warm weather. I need the warm weather. For sure, I've already said
It only triggers people, like the lady who said, oh, these are new shoes, or expensive shoes. Little does she know. Little does she know. But you can see, it's going to be an interesting day in BRIGHTON. Can you accept you might have been lied to? Indoctrinated? Nah, not me. I don't get indoctrinated. I'm too smart to be indoctrinated. I've got evidence of chalking. You know, someone's going to have to clean that up. They're in walk right past. Not spinning. Spinning.
Interesting.
You should look into it. We might have been lied to our whole lives. You can't feel you're spinning, but you believe it. You can't feel you spinning, but you believe it because you were taught it when you were 5. So none of us can tell that we're spinning, right? The Earth is spinning. None of us can tell that.
Yeah, we can.
Can you? No.
Because
No, but how do you tell it?
the 9-day cycle.
Okay. So that could be that the light is coming into your area and then moving on. That's another theory, possibility, right? If the light is small and can only illuminate half of a football stadium at a time, and I move that light slowly around over 24 hours, then some people would be in the daytime, some people would be in the nighttime. So but you see, we're told that we see the sun rising, which is what it's doing, coming towards us, and then we're told to infer that that's us rolling towards it. But your senses, if you trust them, will tell you that you're not moving right now.
But that's because the Earth is so large that like you can't sense it, because it's like, you know, like we're too small to even observe the fact that the Earth is rotating.
Okay, would you accept that if you were the hub of the wheel, you would be traveling less fast than the outside of the wheel, even though your rotation speed would be the same? Yeah, so if I made a 1 revolution per minute, that would be a very slow turn for the thing on the inside, but the outside of the wheel, let's say it was like a 100-mile wheel, that would be moving quite fast.
Right, but we can observe the fact that the Earth is spinning based on the day and night cycle.
We can't observe that. We can observe, the observation is that the light is coming by. The assumption is that that's because the Earth is spinning. Well, that's the presumption, that it's because the Earth is
But
spinning.
we've observed the Earth like from the moon and from outer space.
We have, or the government?
Well, yeah, or like the government.
You trust the government?
Well, yeah.
For everything?
No, but I mean there's multiple governments, it's not like there's one government.
Multiple governments, yeah. What if all the governments, like in 2020, they all worked in concert and locked everybody down?
Not
at the same
necessarily.
time? They did. I mean, there were some slight, like Sweden and a few places in America did slightly different things, but essentially they all bought. Let me ask you this though, coming back to the rotation, right? Because we got a 4,000 mile radius, right? It's 4,000 miles to the center of the spindle.
Hold on for a second. I mean, no, but I mean, there's like dozens of different like national governments and like there's private corporations that have gone to space over like decades and decades. I mean, it seems ridiculous to suggest that they're all like working in some kind of like conspiracy.
Yeah, I would have said the same thing. In fact, when I believed in the moon landings, when people said to me they never went, they only went because they wanted to, because they had to try and beat the Russians. You know, they pretended, and then for some reason the Russians didn't say, by the way, that they didn't go. There's people who believe that they never went to the moon, but there is there was this just, we'll try and be the big boy in town and prove that we've gone to the moon. But Russia never put men on the moon either, you know, and that's all 60 years ago. And then when it comes to a photograph of the Earth from the moon, they went on 5 missions. And on every one of they went on 6 missions, but on the first 5 missions, they didn't bother taking a picture of the Earth from the moon. Now, if you went to the Grand Canyon or you went somewhere special, the first thing you do is take a selfie to send back to your family and say, look, this is where I was. Neil Armstrong and them, they didn't bother doing that. You've got to ask yourself that question. And now the software experts have looked at that original photo of moonrise and say that that's been photoshopped into the picture, that wasn't a real photograph. So then you start to look at other photographs from NASA and discover, wow, they're all paintings. In fact, the one of the globe that everybody had on their iPhone in 2002 called the Blue Marble. The guy who made it, Rob Simmons, he admits it. He's on YouTube talking about how he made the photo from data. But he colored it in here, used the clone tools for clouds in there, and all that sort of thing. So when you look at satellites in space, you find they're also only CGI. There's no actual photographs of these things. So I, 8 years ago, believed everything that you believed. So I'll come back to you. If we're on a spinning ball at 4,000 miles radius, it turns out that our rotational speed on the outside, remember we're not on the spindle, we're on the outside of this ball, is 1,000 miles an hour. We're rotating at 1,000 miles an hour, and yet our wind speeds, if they're 50 miles an hour, are considered too fast.
Right, but that's because you have an atmosphere which like contains, you know, the air pressure, and all the weather is contained inside the atmosphere. I mean, of course, you're not going to physically feel like. It's not going to feel like you're moving like through space because you are contained within the bubble.
So how does when you say contained, what's the containment?
The air.
So air is a container.
well, the atmosphere contains it's like it contains like the air pressure within the Earth. It's not like you're gonna physically feel like as if you're moving. It's sort of like, I don't know how you can. Let's say you're in a car or you're on a train or something. You can go to sleep and sort of not feel like you're even moving. You're sort of just in this contained.
You're in a container. So we're in the same page, because on the flat Earth we say that we're inside of a container, and you've just given me an example, good one, of being inside a container. So the train and the plane and the car all have a steel and glass container. You cannot claim, surely, that atmosphere is the equivalent of that container.
Well, yeah, you can't. I mean, there's a layer of ozone gases, and I mean the gases it stretches on for miles, and I mean, yeah, of course it has the capacity to contain all the air.
I hear what we've been taught, and I got taught the same stuff. But I used to believe that, and that the air just got thinner and thinner until it moved into a vacuum, and then I realized that the thermodynamics law, the second thermodynamics law, has been broken there, because you have to have a fixed barrier. And you cannot claim ozone, gas, atmosphere, and all these things are that, because we've never sold or bought anything that has only got gas as its container. You can't buy deodorant in a gas can. It has to be inside a tin can.
No, but actually it is fixed because you have gravity, which is pulling it's pulling like the ozone layer around it at a constant rate. That's distributed like equally throughout the entire sphere.
Right. So gravity is pulling.
Yeah.
It's gravity of force then.
Yeah.
Okay. So you know that you understand that that gravity is a theory, yeah, and that gravity cannot hold helium balloon at the ground.
But that's because helium has a density lighter than air. But it's still acted on by gravity.
So
it's not like it doesn't
negate
negate gravity.
Well, it does, because if it can't hold gravity at the ground level, how are you claiming that it's holding it at 200 or 300,000 feet?
Well, no, gravity does pull down on a helium balloon. It's not like
what? It pulls down on it?
Yeah,
so
but it pulls more up than it does pull down.
It pulls it more up.
It has a greater up thrust.
It's a buoyancy factor, isn't it? Anything? Yeah. It's the buoyancy, because the football will fall to the floor, but if it's a swimming pool, it'll stop on the floor, on the surface of the water, because of the increased density of the medium, right? And then you have to push that ball under, and now everything that ball's trying to do is to get back up to sort of equilibrium, yeah? And that's what everything does. When you pick the pencil up, then your teacher picked up the pencil and dropped it in class and said, that's gravity. She'd lied to you, because she didn't tell you that she'd imparted potential energy by taking it out of its natural buoyant state, which is, in this case, sitting on a table or sitting on the floor. But once I lift something up, the higher I lift it, the more energy I'm imparting into it. And when I release it, that energy is equal and opposite, and it will come back down unless I change the medium. Because if I dropped a stone from 10 meters of height, but then I interrupted that 10 meters with a 5-meter swimming pool, we both know that the stone in the first 5 meters will fall much faster than it will in the second 5 meters, right?
Right.
And that's because of the change, not the stone's mass or weight. Well, the weight will change in the water, yes, because it becomes slightly buoyant. It's not as dense as, it's much more dense in relative to the air as it is to the water. But that's really the only thing that we're saying is that you can do away with gravity altogether if you only allow for things to either be more buoyant or less buoyant in a particular medium. An anvil will float in a pool of mercury, yeah, because that's more. It's not as dense as the mercury. So that's a crazy example, but it shows you that it's not the gravitational force. It's more simply that what's the stasis, what's the environment. So I say that what's happening is that although we're in a gas medium, there is definitely a gradient. As it goes up, the air gets thinner. Everybody knows that. Everyone who flies knows that. So the air is getting thinner and thinner as the thinner airs are at the top and the heavier stuff is settled and there's more pressure down here. That doesn't mean that eventually gravity is going to take over. It just means that it has to be in a container.
No, but there is like an upthrust on the air as well, because it heats from the sun and then it rises as well.
Yeah.
And there is like heat being generated by the surface of the earth.
I agree with that. But again, if you created a vacuum and then broke that seal, what would happen?
Well, that's kind of a different premise, because it's not like you can. If you could like remove gas, from the ozone layer, like it would like come back to a place that would seal up on its own.
Okay, so if there are big vacuum chambers on Earth, they're not as strong as the vacuum in space apparently. But if I break this, they're making them with like 8-foot thick walls, right? They have to, otherwise they will wreck themselves. They will pull in on themselves. And so if you break the seal on that vacuum, then the air will rush from high to low, so it will immediately fill that space. That's what you know would happen if you created such a vacuum.
Yeah, if you could fix it in one place, then yeah, sure, the air would rush out.
So we have to believe that the gravity force, which is not really a force and it's only a theoretical thing because I lifted up the pencil and let it fall on the floor. The gravity force is somehow reaching up there, and I'm suggesting to you, young man, that that's part of the brainwash program, is that we have to believe things that we cannot test for ourselves. All I'm citing here is things that I can test, and thermodynamics are laws, and the equal and opposite is a law, So when you're talking about Newton and the apple falling on his head as a form of proving gravity, well, they chose the apple because no one ever has to think about how the water got lifted up to the tree. Because the apple had to be filled with water, 150 grams of water, 150 mils of water, and the tree had to lift that up bit by bit from the soil and then slowly fill that up. So actually the tree was imparting potential energy into that apple, and then once the stem broke, got too old, it would fall back to the ground.
Right, but that doesn't disprove gravity though. I mean, gravity is still
gravity is not
force
proven.
that exists.
See, gravity's never been proven. If it had been, it would be a law, not a theory. So we can't prove. They say that they can see gravitational waves in space and all this sort of stuff, but I would suggest this magnetic stuff that's happening, that we live in an electromagnetic world, and that even if you study quantum physics, you'll find that the magnetic force is far, far, many times stronger than the so-called gravitational forces. Orders of magnitude.
Right, but I mean, you can practically observe the fact that gravity exists, like, over and over again. I mean, you can't really...
Well, can we observe...
Can you name an object with mass that, like, doesn't have its own, like, gravitational field? Because, I mean, virtually every single object that has mass, like, will exert some kind of gravitational field.
Gravitational, why? Well, we don't think, like, the only example that we have in science of that is this experiment. Henry Cavendish, where he got two balls in a shed and he observed them from far away, and he said that they moved towards each other. And that's the best that we've got, but actually we can't prove that. We can't say, look, watch that mountain over there, it's a huge thing.
I don't think that's the best
it's going to attract.
I mean, we have, so, I mean, you can observe, like, at, like objects in space, like meteorites. I mean, it is, like,
we can see meteorite.
Yeah, I mean, like, it is very obvious that if you have two objects, like, together in space, that they will, they can pull each other.
You mean this space or vacuum?
No,
space?
I mean like in outer space.
So we've never been to a vacuum. You know what? That they've never put a man in a vacuum chamber with a spacesuit on.
Oh.
And now, if you were going into a vacuum and you had to wear a spacesuit, don't you think you'd want to test it in a vacuum chamber first?
Well, so you're saying we've never like been to space? Like, you've never...
Space doesn't exist. This is the only space.
Space
Between you and me,
exist.
this is space. But outer space, the vacuum of space, that's fake. What's above us at the Kármán line, about 100 kilometers high, might be a fixed barrier, and beyond that water. But I don't know. The vacuum of space has definitely been created over the last 100 years. In science fiction originally in the 1920s and 30s, and then they started turning it into, there's a real vacuum of space out there. But none of the ancient cultures, and if you go back 200 years, no one had even heard of outer space. It's a modern invention.
Well, I mean, sure they have. I mean, basically every culture has observed like stars or like other planets.
Yeah, but they all called them, like they said, they were inside the system. So they're inside of our
not necessarily. I mean,
no, I'm
you
just
have like Galileo.
We've
basically mapped out like a lot of like outer space in the solar system for like hundreds of years.
Yes, long before the globe. The globe is only 500 years old at best. The first globe was apparently invented in 1490. So that's the oldest, the first time anyone ever thought, let me create a globe. It's 500 years ago, but the Sumerians, 2,000 years ago, they could predict eclipses perfectly and all the star movements perfectly. And they did that on a flat with the roof moving above us. And the stars, the big stars, Mars, Mercury, Venus, they're all moving on their own track. But they could track these things based on a flat cosmology. The Hebrew cosmology is the same. Even people who read the Bible should know that the Genesis is a flat earth book. Says it's all, flat, unmoving, etc. So there's a lot of stuff that doesn't add up, and I'm telling you that the vacuum of space cannot be real. Thermodynamics is a law. It is a law, and if you puncture the deodorant can, it equalizes immediately. If there was no barrier, then we would lose our atmosphere immediately into this violent thing. No gravity, which can't hold the helium balloon here, like I said, but somehow can hold it at 20 miles when it can't hold it here. It will all go up and it will all go away. Like if you created a vacuum chamber, you had a 2-story building, right? And you created a vacuum in the first story and had a trapdoor on the ground floor. The moment you open that trapdoor, what's going to happen?
Well, no, but that's different because the ozone layer isn't like it's not a solid surface; it's a gas. So if you're presumably to like open a hole in the atmosphere, the gas would like come back to seal the hole.
Like a skin.
Right.
Yeah, because that's what I say to people is that there must be a skin. You know, everything in nature has a skin. Everything, fruit, trees, everything has a skin. A bark, a peel, a shell. Everything in nature, except this. And if you think that all you need is an ozone layer to be the barrier, then all you're doing is repeating stuff that you can't prove. Like I said, if you could create a vacuum chamber upstairs and open a trapdoor from the lower floor to the upper floor, the gas would rise immediately up. Gravity would not be able to hold onto it. It would immediately go up to the upper floor into the vacuum. That's what happens in reality. What you're repeating back to me is theoretical stuff that we can't prove for ourselves. So what I say to people is that when I used to believe all of that stuff. I grew up on the space shuttle, Challenger stuff, all of that. I grew up on that stuff, right? And I believed it all. But what I say to people is that when I got shown the formula for the curvature over water on a globe, that immediately threw it out for me because I hold on, I never got taught the formula for curvature.
Well, no, but we can observe the fact that. So do you agree that the Earth is curved?
No,
do you agree that
have you heard the term sea level?
Well, no, but do you agree that the Earth is a globe? What shape do you think that is?
No. Well, I think at the electromagnetic level it might be a globe, but in the physical, then we have to be inside of a cup, inside of a bowl. All our 5 continents have to be in a bowl because water must be contained. Again, that's what you can observe.
All right, but how come you can't, like, for instance, like see France or like see like boats on the horizon?
Yeah.
So like if you have a boat moving away from you and going to the distance, how come it disappears?
Okay, that's an observation, and it can be explained by perspective. You know, depending on how high you are and the clarity of your vision and the sky on the day, you will see further or less. That's a matter of fact.
No, but even if you have a telescope, you still can see France from here.
Yes, you can.
No, you can't.
Yes, you can. I mean, you know, from Dover to Calais is about 30 kilometers, something like that.
No, but I mean, like, if I were to literally stand here, like we're by the coast and look with a telescope, I couldn't see France.
Okay.
Because it goes down over like the curvature.
So the ship's going down to France.
Well, it moves over the curve.
Okay. So France is lower than us on the ball, on the globe.
Well, not necessarily lower, but.
Well, if you say down, if you invoke that it's going over and down away from us, so we can't see it, then you're saying that France is lower than we are.
Well, I think you're getting.
Clarify for you and me.
If you're here and then like a ship would move around the Earth.
Okay, yeah, but like your hand, you're saying as your hand is saying as your second knuckle is lower than your first knuckle. Would you agree in the example you just given me?
Well, not necessarily lower because it's not like a consistent like direction of down. It's more just a different direction that goes around the Earth.
Yeah, but okay, so I can go around Brighton. That doesn't make it a globe. So when you're going down the side of a ball, to France, then when you come back, are you having to go up?
No, but you know exactly what I mean, that this is like pretty obvious proof that the Earth is a globe.
No, it's not obvious proof. But if you make the observation, then that's the first stage of science. The next stage after hypothesis is to measure. So I went up to measure that curvature. That you say if a 50-foot ship or a 20-meter high ship is going over the curve outside of my view there, I should be able to do some sort of experiment to prove that that's what's happened, and it's not just an optical effect.
Right, but where is it going then? How can you can't see it? If the Earth is like it's like flat or a bowl or whatever, then how come you can't see it?
Do you understand that the further you are away from something, the smaller it is? Do you understand that?
Right.
How things get smaller by half every time you double the distance away. That's called the inverse square law. Yeah? So the train, if you're standing at the station coming towards you, it looks small off in the distance, but it just incrementally gets larger and larger as it approaches, right?
Yeah, but like I said, even if you have a telescope, you still can see it. Because it's just not sight-line.
Well, what if I said that we could, and we've done experiments with powerful cameras, where we've let the ship go away, and then zoom back in and see the whole ship again, and you can find these videos on YouTube. if you want to, if you haven't done the experiment yourself. But actually, turns out that your eyesight is quite limited.
Right,
Now-
but not after a certain distance though.
Oh
So-
no, I agree with that. But the atmosphere is moisture or water. Would you agree? It's thin water.
So
Yes.
yeah.
So your visibility in the sea is normally rated in meters. Like you might be able to see 100 meters on a good day, visibility, right? And in the atmosphere, normally we can see 20 kilometers on a good day. If you're over a dry desert, you could see up to 100 kilometers. That's because there's very little moisture.
But like
in the-
hypothetically, if we removed like the moisture in the air, and we had like a completely like
Yeah.
hypothetically clear
Yeah.
day.
Yeah.
Would you agree that like you could see, for instance, like across the entire like Atlantic?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
things do depends on your height as well, because the lower you are, the less far you can see. If you go out mountain climbing, you can see distances that you could never see when you're on the ground level, right? So the higher you are, the further you can see. But when you're standing at the beach, then yes, you can't see that far. It looks like the clouds. If you look into the distance there on another kind of weather day, it looks like the clouds are actually touching the water. But we know intelligently, we know they're not, right? That's really just an element of perspective, drawing everything into the horizon line.
Yeah,
So
no,
that
but
doesn't.
if Earth is actually flat, then your height wouldn't matter because you could just see like directly in a straight line.
All right. Well, there is a guy on YouTube called Jay Tolan Media, and he took an infrared camera on a plane in California, and you could see all the way to Mexico. Because what the infrared did was it cut out all of the moisture, and he was able to see mountains and known landscape all the way down 1,000 kilometers, maybe further, down Mexico. So what I'm suggesting to you is that the reason we can't see that far is to do with atmospheric condition. It has nothing at all to do with the fact that it's a globe. Now, we've been taught that, but we can debunk that. I mean, and people can see the world record, I think, for a lighthouse is 80 kilometers, something like that. So that's line of sight that line being seen. The American military have got the rail gun, and they can shoot at a target that they laser hit from ship to ship, right? So that's straight over the water, no curvature, it's straight line, 100 miles. And they can shoot this Mark 15 gun for 100 miles over a
Yeah,
straight
well,
line.
the Earth's curve is like it's a very large curve.
All right, so a little while ago I said to you this was the formula for curvature that stopped me. Can you tell me what the formula for curvature is?
Well, I don't have to.
Okay, that's because you don't know. That's,
Yeah,
it's
but
okay.
I can
None of
observe
us
the
know
fact that
that.
Earth is curved.
But if you're a science mind, you'll go, okay, I need to measure that. I say it's curved, but can I measure it? And if I see the ship going and I can't see France, which by the way, it's very famous that you can see on a clear day, from France you can see all of the white cliffs of Dover. Did you know that?
Well, maybe in some areas like Calais.
The White Cliffs of Dover is a very well-known point. So to be able to see 300 feet of white cliffs from France means that there's nothing in the way of it.
No, but
according to
you're
the
taking a
curvature-
very you're cherry picking an example of a very specifically short distance.
Okay.
If we go,
No, no,
let's
no,
go to
that's
like a
not
more extreme example. Let's say maybe I don't know the coast of Western Ireland all the way across the Atlantic
Yeah.
to New York.
Yeah.
I mean,
Once
we
again, I
wouldn't be
say
able
to
to
you
see it
that
at
the
these
atmosphere
extreme
is so
distances.
rich with moisture that we cannot see that far, and our eyes have got quite a limited range actually. So powerful telescopes can help us, yes. But we're looking. If you think about from here to New York, there'll be rain, there'll be all sorts of weather between here and New York. So no, I chose that France because it's actually not that far. If you knew the formula, you would know that there should be hundreds of feet of curvature between England and France, hundreds of feet. And if you blame the ship out of your view there, 3 or 4 miles is going over the curve, and then you shouldn't be able to see. That's not a far distance. You offered me a ship that's 4 or 5 miles away, but you've got a problem with me saying it's 20 miles. I can make an observation that I shouldn't do. So you're happily decide the 5 miles ship's going away, but I can't say 20 miles and I can see things at 20 miles. And the American military can shoot something at 100 miles. And there's no allowance for curvature in these things. In fact, when you become a pilot, an airline pilot, the manual says treat the Earth as though it's flat and not moving.
Right. Well, that's based on observation, though.
Well, our observation is that the Earth is not spinning. The claim from the globe side is that it is spinning. And it's like, well, prove that spinning. You can't say that the sun is moving over my head. That's the proof of the spin. Einstein himself said there's no experiment we were able to make to show that it was spinning. Which is why the moon landing hoax was so important. Because they had to go there and show the Earth from space and say, look, we told you it was a globe in space. And we say that's impossible. Rocks don't float. Gas giants don't coalesce under their own mass. Just because the pencil fell on the floor does not infer all of these magical powers that we give gravity.
So what would you say the sun's movement actually is if we're not spinning on an axis that's again orbiting around the sun?
Well, I think it like just being down here on the beach, it's a waveform, and that waveform washes over the Earth in some manner every day, every 24 hours. Like an ECG monitor. It's like that. It's a pulse of energy that washes across the land, and we perceive it as this point of light called the sun, but it's not like a physical single object.
Right, but we have telescopes that can observe that it's like an actual sphere that exists.
Not an actual sphere. It looks like a disc. It looks like a round plate. You can't actually. The inference that it's a sphere also is.
All right, fine, but even if it
into your
was,
mind.
let's suppose it was a disc. That's still not a waveform. I mean, you're
No. But when you take a magnifying glass and you focus the point of light, you can actually get a little round disc of hot light onto a piece of paper. Yeah, you might have done that as a kid, and you can do that same thing. Well, I think that's what we're seeing is like the peak of the wave, if you like, press you at 12 o'clock, and you're seeing this sort of this point. But I mean, I don't want to debate the theories of what it might be, because you haven't yet gotten over the theories of the idea that it can't be what you claim it is, or what we've been taught to believe it is. So you have to get to that point before you're willing to spend time on, okay, what could it be? Because I can't make claims that I know exactly what it is.
Right, but you have actual evidence that the sun is a ball because there's fusion taking place within the sun's core, and then that's pushing outwards in a sphere, in a constant distribution, and then there's that gravity that's also pulling in at the same rate.
Yeah.
So it does maintain a constant spherical state.
That's all theoretical stuff. That's all theoretical.
That's not really theoretical.
Yeah, because this idea, how far away is the sun? Do you know?
Well, I don't need to know that.
Okay. Well, I mean, this is your belief system, so I would suggest that you should learn it, because when you learn it, you go, oh, hold on a minute. It's 93 million miles away. And 93 million miles, it's really hot. Apparently 6,000 degrees on the surface is what they say, which is crazy. There's much hotter inside. And then that heat is transferring through 93 million miles of super cold space. And then because it hits our atmosphere, now it then heats up and creates this sort of ball image that we see. 93 million miles. And do you know that in mainstream science they've moved that distance 13 times?
No, but just because it seems ridiculously hot doesn't mean it can't be that hot.
No, you've skipped over the point of it's got 90 million mile journey through the vacuum of cold.
Yeah, but that doesn't prove that it's not possible.
Okay, but you've got to prove that it's possible for me anyway. So we won't find agreement.
No, but you can prove that it's possible just by the fact that an object that hot could exist.
Well, I mean, 6,000 degrees, I give you that. But if I had a 6,000 degree torch in London, you wouldn't feel it here in Brighton. Well, we know that heat dissipates very quickly over distance. You could have a raging forest fire and just go 30 meters away from it. If the wind's not blowing towards you, you barely feel it. So we know that the furnace is super hot, and anyone working within 10 meters of the furnace needs to put on safety gear. But outside of that space, no. Admit the heat doesn't transfer that well, and through a vacuum. People say that there's zero, almost nil particles of anything up in there, but yet the transference of heat is meant to happen through these very few little bits of particles. No, it's not. It doesn't work anymore, young man. I used to believe everything that you're repeating to me. I assure you, I used to believe it, but now I don't want to be in a belief system. Beliefs for religious people. I don't believe in any of that stuff before. Let me tell you what I think is that we are the incarnation of the Creator, and that we are meant to be the highest thing here. But this religion and science has us believing that we're anything but, that we evolved from apes, and that we're lucky to be here billions of years ago. The dinosaurs died and went, left us, or millions of years ago. Dinosaurs died and left us, to take over the place. Ooh, that's noisy. I don't believe any of that claptrap anymore. I believe that that's all designed to minimize you, so that you never realize that you are the source. You are the source expressing yourself in the microcosm, within the macrocosm of whatever the God is, whatever the Creator is.
Do you believe in the Big Bang?
No. Did you know the Big Bang was given to us by the Catholics? Did you know that?
No, it was George Lemaitre.
You know that? Okay, you've done some studying, that's fair. But yeah, so that's a Catholic Jesuit, by the way. And these are the same people who...
No, right, but it's an idea that's proven. We can observe the fact that the universe is expanding. We have the redshift. we have the cosmic microwave background radiation. I mean, there is a lot
I can
of
offer you
evidence
another.
that
I've studied quantum physics, by the way, so I can offer you another. Having looked at another way of looking at that, if this is an electromagnetic torus, then energy is indeed flowing in two directions at the same time. And I think that energy flowing away from us will come out blue, or energy coming towards us will come out red when we observe it as what we call stars or galaxies or whatever. And I think all of that is happening within a very confined space. I would say less than 30,000 miles. You know, I think that whatever our telescopes are capable of, if you point them down at the ground, you'll realize that you can't see more than 50 miles away with your telescope. You know, if I went 20 miles on the powerful telescope would struggle to find me, even if they knew exactly where I was. I don't think telescopes are anywhere near as powerful. Even these big dish ones that they have, I don't think they're anywhere near as powerful. But we're given this idea that all of this light has traveled to us for millions of years, and now it's finally being received by our devices. So we're looking at light that's stars that could have extinguished billions of years ago, for example. I used to believe all of that stuff. Now I say, no, the lights are all close. It's all within, thousands of miles, not light years and all that sort of stuff. The things are there, the points of light are there, and they're doing stuff. We see Mars and a powerful camera looking like cymatics, looking like a sound in water, and the star in a jar experiment, it looks like that. So we think that these are all vibrations within an electromagnetic furnace. Now it's hot below us and cold above us. We seem to be able to evidence that, and that fits with this idea that energy is slamming into the bottom of us, in the bottom of the apple, if you like, the bottom of the torus system, and rising up. Quantum physics will talk about how much energy is rising, just trillions and trillions of bits of energy every second rising up through the floor. So I think that it's part of a moving system. And you'll probably know this already, that your body's cells all get replaced every 7 years, at least every 7 years. So everything, I think, is being flushed and moved and so on. And we get the heat of the fire below, the magma and all of that stuff. And then hot air rises, and there up it goes, and it cools back down, and then it comes down either as rain or there's some other mechanism for bringing it down. But that's how I see the world. And the lights, ancient cultures all knew this, that the lights are inside of our system, and they're simply points of energy. And actually, the beautiful thing about the flat Earth is that, by the way, I was an atheist just 8 years ago, and I was totally bored on Darwin, totally. So I was all of that stuff, and I raised my older children, who are probably older than you, on that same stuff. But now I'd say that actually in the flat Earth cosmology, it puts you right at the center of the wheel.
Yeah, but
at the center of the universe, and that's a beautiful thing, even if you can't hear it.
Yeah, I mean, I disagree. I mean, I'd rather go off what the evidence is based on. I mean, of course, we keep citing like ancient cultures, but I mean, they believe all sorts of things. I mean, there's tons of cultures who have had like such horrific beliefs.
Yeah, but they built the pyramids, and they built things that we can't build today. These ancient
We can build the pyramids today.
Huh?
We can build the pyramids if we wanted to.
Can you cite me? Oh, if we wanted to. You know, the Chinese wanted to build a 1/6 scale model of Giza, and they gave up because they failed to be able to do it, to engineer.
But that's probably a funding issue. I mean, they could.
A funding issue?
I mean, no, but they could if they really wanted to.
No,
the Chinese government could.
So you mean that ancient cultures who'd just come out of the caves could fund things that we can't fund today?
No, we could fund like a reconstruction of the pyramids.
But they can't build a 1/6 scale. And
I'm sure they could. I mean, we've built like the Burj Khalifa, we've built like New York, Dubai.
I mean, we come back to what I said earlier on, and you don't want to hear these things, but the truth is we never put a man in a vacuum chamber. We never put a man in a spacesuit in a vacuum chamber. Why not? Ask yourself why not. Go and check these things out, because all you're going to do, it's called cognitive dissonance, is find reasons why.
All right, well, I think you're deflecting the argument here. I mean,
oh, maybe. I'm just trying to foreshorten it. They're not just a pile of rocks.
But no, we have entire cities that are like powered with electricity. We have entire like running water systems in these massive mile-long cities. So to say we couldn't build the pyramids today is ridiculous.
Well, most of the cities, it seems, were built in the 1800s, possibly even before that. You know, most of the cities, in this country, there's been one new city in the last 100 years. One. And the population apparently is many, many times bigger than it was 100 years ago.
Right, but look
so
at
you've got to ask yourself the question. You know, and I didn't before, but, you know, they're building these massive structures 200, 300 years ago when they got horse and cart technology. The Canterbury Cathedral, I was out there the other day. You know, it's such a beautiful building, built 800 years ago, apparently. And we cannot, you know, churches today are either, as you say, they don't have the funds for it, and they did back then, or they just build what they can, which is like a modest
Well,
3 or 4 story
I'm not saying they're necessarily funded it. I mean, obviously, they have things like slavery was a big part in building the pyramids. But I mean, we could build the pyramids today if we wanted to.
But I told you the Chinese set themselves that target, and the Chinese have done some ambitious. They got a 100-mile long bridge. They got the world's biggest array, solar, telescope. They got so much stuff at the top end of the technology, and if they set themselves a plan of building that, they would have made sure that they had the funding. Because in this day and age, we're pretty good at the bookkeeping, so we would have made sure we had the funds up front. But if you're claiming we can do it,
there's tons of architectural projects that get cancelled all the time. I mean, there's so many buildings that have been planned and they get cancelled halfway through because they change their minds.
That's fair enough. But I don't think that we have the technology that people had before. I don't think we make music like Beethoven once did. I don't think we build in the quality that they used to.
I think we do.
Fair enough. We don't have to agree. But that's what I see. I think that actually we were once the higher culture, and that higher culture went away somehow, and we're now very simple people, very simple beings who believe they evolved from monkeys, and that they can walk underneath a ball, and that rivers will flow up the side of a ball. Counterintuitive, but that rivers are flowing up the side of a ball because the pencil, when teacher dropped it on the table, said gravity. Anyway, I've had a nice conversation with you. Good luck, young man.
All right, thanks. What's your channel, by the way?
I'll give you a flyer. You can look it up. My name is on YouTube is Trinity 4. It's on there.
Okay, thanks.
Have a good one. Keep an open mind, though. You know, we can't prove the Earth is spinning, other than the sun moves. That's the best explanation people can give me. The sun moves, that means we're spinning.
And can you prove it's flat?
What's that?
You said that the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Well, the sea is level. I can prove that. You know, I've just come from the Mendip. I've come over the Mendips from the west coast of the country, Western Supermare. You heard of it?
Yeah.
So when I drove over here, I came up to a height of about, on the Mendips, about 350 meters of altitude. And then I came back down to sea level again, another 350 meters down. Would you agree that the topography maps, when they start with a sea level of 0 and go up to 350 and then go down to the other side of the country, they are using the same sea level as a median. They are using the same sea level point. Yeah?
Oh, is it? Okay.
Now, so if you think about England being Africa, it's the same thing. You know, you might go up to the highest mountain in the center and then go back down exactly the same height, even if the distance is different, to get to the east coast versus the west coast. So we say that the Earth obviously is topography. It has topography. It has mountains and so on. But the water is saying pretty much without tidal variation is the same. There is one sea level. Everest is 7,000 meters above the same sea level that the Mendips is 350 meters above. Same with Kilimanjaro. So if we had to model a version of the Earth, I could do it in a swimming pool where I put some 5-6 boulders in and a magnet in the center and said, okay, you can sail your ship using that central magnetic point as your north, and you can sail east or west around that central point. No problem at all. And that's what we believe, that the ancients knew that, and they sailed around the planet, of the Earth, in all directions, east and west, but never underneath. No one's ever circumnavigated 180 degrees in and out at the bottom of this apparent globe. So no, it's easy enough to have an Earth that is one sea level, and with all the mountains and everything around it. But the idea that water, because of gravity, is being clung or pulled to the underside of a globe near Australia cannot be proven. You know, gravity really, and we're at the point of saying, look, that gravity is a complete host. It's a theory, and you don't need it. If you allow for buoyancy and density as the only two variables, buoyancy and density in the medium. Because if I drop an apple through the floor, through the air, it's going to hit the floor, but if I put a swimming pool halfway down, it's going to stop at the pool, right? Because I've changed the density of the medium that it's in.
Yeah.
It will float on that medium. Your weight will be less in the pool than it is in this medium.
Yeah, because that's reason why they use it for exercising rehabilitation.
So yeah, because it takes a lot of that strain out. But that's not taken gravity away. It's just increased your buoyancy because you've gone into a more dense medium. And we can see the same effect when we go to high altitude. You know, now you're in a much thinner air, and so you actually will weigh a bit more because you're not being supported by the medium around you. Although the support in the air is very little, you don't feel it until you put your hand out of the car window at 100 miles an hour. Then you can feel the medium that we're in, and it's really powerful at that speed. But as we're jumping up and down, it's really not going to help unless we have a parachute, and then of course we can slow ourselves down through the medium. But gravity, you see, even if we allowed for gravity and say, okay, if you pick something up, the higher you pick it up, there'll be an equal and opposite reaction in the environment. 9.8 meters squared, that's per second. That's, you know, we can kind of agree that that's probably what we will see. You know, that's the. But to say then now that water is, someone could be upside down underneath my dining table, standing the right way up for them, upside down, and just doing things as though, and gravity is pulling them to the dining table upside down. No, that's not physically provable or demonstrable in any way. So we say that, that, by the way, what this means is that if it's true, every government in the world, pretty much, is in collusion.
That's not new information, though, is it?
Take a flyer.
Thank you
I'm
so
one
much.
of the colluders. I'm a chartered aerospace engineer.
Are
I
you?
work in don't film me. I work in Germany and I provide the power system for the 26 Galileo spacecraft. Where do you get your navigation from? It comes from satellites.
No, it's
Right,
towers. It's
you'll
the
get
ground
an idea
towers.
when you're-
It's the ground towers. Come have a conversation, sir.
I don't want to be filmed.
Do you know the formula for curvature? Okay, I'll film myself.
Do you believe in the moon?
I believe the moon is
I
alive.
don't believe in the moon.
You don't?
I don't actually believe in the moon.
So when you see the moon...
The Earth is actually flat, and I agree with that. Do you know what I mean?
Well, the moon's
I
on
don't
a
believe.
rock.
I actually don't believe in the moon.
The sun doesn't exist.
Like we actually don't live we don't live on the moon. Like the moon's
I
not
tell
real.
people that we're electromagnetic, that we live in an
I agree.
electromagnetic system, and that what your avatar is decoding is light or frequency.
All Earths
I
are
agree
fake.
with that.
Yeah, you do? Cool. Yeah, I think you're the small apple inside the large apple. You're a micro of the macro.
I think in the grand scheme of this universe, we're very insignificant, and I personally just don't believe in the moon.
Okay, well,
That's my
I would
biggest
counter
thing.
that and say I think that we're very significant. I think we are the
Really?
center of creation, and that God, or whatever God is, the creator, is you. That the creator resides in you, and the government and the religion doesn't want you to know that.
Do you know what?
That makes you a lot
agree.
more important than they would have you believe you are.
But why do we jump from? Because I agree that I think organised religion is a load of absolute bullshit.
Like
in my
NASA?
personal opinion.
Yeah, like
So
NASA.
NASA's an organised religion.
Yes.
Is
Because
it?
yeah, well, a religion is defined by people believing in things that they can't see. Now, you know, they put.
But to be a religion, you have to be registered, and aren't they like a charity and they're free of taxes and certain things, especially in America? So if you're talking about NASA,
Yeah, NASA's a government agency.
yeah, so it's not a religion.
Oh well.
Like Parliament's not a religion.
No, but the definition of a religion is something that you believe in, that you have to have faith in. So you have to have faith that man landed on the moon. You have to
So
have faith
speaking
that there's-
metaphorically, people put their faith into NASA,
Yeah.
so you see it as a religion like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's like they repeat stuff that you and I cannot go and test ourselves. Good science is repeatable and testable by you and me. Not I have to believe a guy
But
I
the
saw on
science
TV.
is expensive.
The science is expensive.
You can't put testing out PhD and above level science in a classroom or to the average individual because that's expensive equipment.
When were you taught about gravity? What age were you?
In like year 9, so I'd have been.
Well, I was probably. I was probably before that. I was taught about gravity when I was about 7, 8 years old, right? Now at that age, you're old enough and smart enough to understand what gravity is, and it's this exact same thing that the PhDs are repeating back to me. So if you're smart enough to learn it at 7 or 8 years old, then it can't be that hard. Now gravity, they tell you, is something falling to the floor. But what they don't tell you is that you had to pick it up before it fell.
Yeah, and it has potential to fall.
Potential
we
energy.
learn about that as well.
Yeah, it's given potential energy, but they say that the reason it's falling is because of gravity, and we say no.
So we don't believe in gravity?
No, buoyancy.
Buoyancy.
Buoyancy. So the helium balloon will float
That's because helium is lighter.
than air, and the pencil is heavier than air. Does the pencil fall to go to the bottom of the pool, or does it float on the surface?
That's because wood is porous.
So it's
it has
lighter
air in it.
than the water it's displacing, right? Would you agree?
But the pencil
that's
is
the
buoyant.
same-
The pencil is buoyant for a specific amount of time.
Exactly. Oh, until it becomes waterlogged, yeah?
Yeah.
And then it'll become more dense.
Then, yeah.
Then you've changed the
And it'll
mass
become heavier,
of
yeah.
the pencil. and now it's going to sink.
Yeah.
The same as a stone will fall through the air more quickly than it does through the water because you've changed the medium, and so it's more or less buoyant depending on the medium.
Yeah.
And
So
that's the only thing that's.
So relating back to buoyancy, so coming back to your main theory that we're part of a electromagnetic realm, how does that all tie in?
Well, I mean, light things rise and heavy things fall in general. That's gas and liquid and solid. So you've got, even with gases, you'll get the light gases at the top of your test tube. Liquids, you'll get the densest liquids at the bottom of the test tube. And things will either float or rise depending on their own density within that medium.
Right.
Okay. So that's all we need to explain what's happening. At the electromagnetic level, I say that this is all light, and light is moving upwards and flowing round like a torus, like inside a donut. Like the hourglass of a.
Why does it say the Earth is flat?
That is flat. Well, why does it say that?
Do you know
I say that because obviously it triggers people, and for us.
So you're here to get a reaction and not a conversation.
No, of course I want people to stop and talk about it.
Turns into a conversation.
Because it ends up people kind of researching. Some people get sent straight to government controlled opposition, like the Flat Earth Society, that say it's a pizza disc floating in space. But the truth is that we don't know what's outside of our egg. We think we're inside of a cosmic egg, and inside of that bubble we can move, and this is the space we have. Outside of that, we've never been. We've never taken a spacecraft out. We've never dug more than 8 miles deep. We don't know what's above us, and we don't know what's below us.
So if we've never discovered that far, so how do you know that you're right? Like, if the government's not right, what makes you right?
Because I can physically test the water being level, so it's not curving.
But that's buoyancy. We know buoyancy's a thing.
No, I've moved on from that. I've moved on to curvature. So if we live on a globe, as is claimed, then we should be able to measure the ship going over the horizon. Now, if the ship's going over the horizon at 5 miles or 4 miles, as they claim, then I should be able to take some device and go and measure that, because the observation is there. I agree with that. But we've debunked that observation by taking powerful cameras and bringing that whole ship, once it's gone over the horizon, bringing that whole ship back into view. And it's explaining that what's happening is your
Do you
eyes
know
are
why
not
we have
that strong.
horizons? It's because we can't see that bloody far.
We can't see that far. So the horizon is not actually a physical horizon. It's not actually it's an optical effect. It's an optical horizon.
Yeah, there's an optical horizon, but there's an actual horizon.
So can we
For
measure
example, I can't see past that. That doesn't mean that the horizon's there. The actual horizon of the Earth is going to be a bit further than I can see because I'm a little bit blind.
Okay. All right, but there's a formula for the curvature. It's 8 inches per mile squared.
Okay.
Have you ever heard that?
No, I don't think I have.
We should be taught that information, but we're not taught that.
Right.
Let me give you
Thank you. No, you didn't.
Let me give you a flyer.
Thank you very much.
You guys want a flyer? Some information.
Thank you very much.
I'm just here to open people's minds to the possibility that we've been deceived by the people who run the world.
Mad. How does gravity work then?
Gravity is really an expression of buoyancy.
Of what?
Buoyancy.
Buoyancy?
Yeah. Like the helium balloon, right?
Yeah.
It's buoyant in this air. So when I let go of the helium balloon, push, up it goes.
Yeah.
When I drop a football into the water, it stops on the surface unless I push it down.
Yeah.
That's because it is less dense than the medium that it's in, but it'll fall through the air no problem at all, right? Because it's much more dense than the air that it's in.
Exactly.
We understand those things. So things are either rising or falling depending on the variation between the density and the buoyancy of the medium that it's in. Simple.
My brain is too confused. Alright, so why does it fall if there's no gravity?
Why does it fall?
Yeah.
Well, how did it get up there?
Because you exert a force.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So you exert a force to lift the pencil or the ball up to your head
Yeah.
and then drop it down again. The higher you throw it or the higher you lift it, the more it's going to come back down. The faster
Okay.
it's going to go, the harder it's going to come back down.
Okay.
And that's really just because you imparted potential energy into that thing.
Yeah.
And now now you let go, it's going to seek balance. And if you interrupt, say you've thrown it up 10 meters, and then you suddenly interrupt halfway, you put a swimming pool in between that, you know it's going to stop at the 5 meter mark. Because all of a sudden it's met something more dense than it.
Alright, so if I go in space and throw a ball forwards, it's not going to come back, is it?
We can't go into space.
Yes,
We're
we
in
can.
space now.
No, we're
this
not.
is space.
What about the atmosphere?
Well, so the atmosphere that we're in is the only space that exists. The outer space that you were referring to is not provable, but we can create a vacuum chamber. I accept that. But people say because we're so close to the Earth, it would invalidate any experience. But we know that if this, like the density of the medium, the water or the air, will have an effect. If I take away all of that, the air and the water, and I create this sort of vacuum, then there's going to be very little or no resistance on a thing that I throw.
Okay.
And therefore the distance that it will go will be much greater. But remember, before you picked it up, it had no energy. The moment you picked it up, you gave it height, and now you've given it acceleration by thrusting it out of your hand. So it's always going to be seeking to get back to its equilibrium, no matter the medium it's in. So the helium balloon, if you throw it, it's going to try and go up. It'll do that. It's because it's lighter than the medium that it's in.
So you like get to the edge and everything just stops. And nothing exists.
Well, you studied thermodynamics, I
Yeah.
assume. So the second law is that to have a pressure gradient or a pressure system, you must contain the gas.
Yeah.
Deodorant can, gas can, whatever.
Okay.
Coke can, it's all the same. And once
Okay.
you break that can, always equalization from
Okay.
low to high. Sorry, from high to low.
So how come when you let go of a helium balloon, when it goes really high, it pops?
Oh, what's happening to the helium as it's getting less and less pressure on it?
Yeah.
It's expanding, is that right?
Yeah. Why is it getting less pressure though?
Because there are fewer particles or fewer molecules, there's less
Yeah.
density. Because we live inside of a system that it's almost like, I see it like this, if you go scuba diving,
Yeah.
once you get to 50 meters, you're
Yeah.
really starting to feel the water pressing on you in every direction.
So the
opposite is true, the inverse is true as you continue rising up.
So as you go further down, the pressure increases.
Yes.
So is that not just because there's more gravity and it's pushing on you? So then when you go all the way up,
Yeah.
because the gravity is not strong enough, there's no particles up there because they've all come to the center of the Earth. And that's why you got space up there, because there's an absence of particles.
But if I open my Coke can, there's
Yeah.
an equalization in pressure, but it's
Yeah.
only when I break the can. So there has to be a fixed
But
barrier.
if you put...
Are you saying there's like a giant barrier around us?
Yes.
But if you put a...
Like made out of what?
Frozen material, because we all know it gets super cold up there. So I think that the gases, once they get up to Kelvin, then they are solid. And so ancient cultures believed that there was like a firmament. There's like a glass structure or a frozen structure that's in our root that creates the barrier. Because if there was no barrier, see, the gravity can't hold the helium balloon here.
Okay.
It can't hold it 200,000 feet or 300,000 feet. It's going to keep going up unless it's going to be contained. So that's why we say there has to be thermodynamics law trumps gravity. Gravity is a theory. Gravity is only you saying that because I lifted something up, it's going to fall down. Now it's going to hold gas at 100 miles. It's going to get people to walk upside down in Australia, and they won't know it. And the rivers are going to run up the side of Africa. The Nile is 3,000 kilometers long, and it's running apparently all the way, the big section up the side of a globe. We know that water must run downhill.
But it's not the side of a globe.
Oh.
Because anywhere you are on the globe is the surface. If the central point at the Earth's core is where the gravity is, that means that no matter where on the surface you are, you're not on the side, you're just on a side. It doesn't necessarily mean it's sideways. Because if you're on the North Pole, gravity's going down. If you're on the very edge of the world on the equator, gravity's not going sideways, it's still going down. It's just down towards a different direction because of the gravitational force around the planet.
You definitely remembered what you were taught in science class.
Well, yeah.
That's what we're taught. But we can't demonstrate that, can we? We can't physically...
You can prove the curvature of the Earth using a pinhole experiment. You get a piece of card and another piece of card, both with tiny holes in them, and you put them hundreds of kilometers apart, and you shine light through one, a really powerful light, and it goes along. If the Earth was flat and there's no gravity, then the light's going to go straight and come out the other hole. But because of the curvature, the light doesn't go through the second hole after you shine it through the first
Remind
one.
me, boys, when you put a pencil in the water and it bends the pencil, is that Boyle's law?
Bends the pencil?
Well, when you look at a pencil that's in a glass half full of
Isn't
water.
that just refraction?
There's a law for that.
It's not actually bending the pencil. It just looks like it's bending.
But would you agree, therefore, that when you put something through water, there can be a refraction?
Yeah.
Yes. So when you say you want to shoot something 100 miles, there's going to be no refraction?
Yeah, because you can't refract light through air. You can only refract it through water.
Isn't the air water?
What?
The atmosphere is actually thin water. It's actually a thin water.
Most of it.
Is that you?
It is.
No,
No,
about
it
3.
was.
No, actually 3% of it. 70% of the atmosphere is nitrogen. About 26% is oxygen. Most of it's not water
It's
vapor.
kind of, well, no, but it is actually a thin moisture. I mean, if you take a beer glass, right? Just take a beer glass and put a cold drink in it. What happens? Moisture forms on the outside. Where did that come from?
The atmosphere.
Exactly.
But I'm saying there's not a
so
high
I'm
enough
saying over 100
concentration.
miles there will be. But here's the thing that's good. We're thinking about the railgun. Do you know the American railgun?
I do not know.
It's a weapon that they can shoot from ship to ship over 100 miles.
Okay.
And they can point line of sight with a laser and paint a ship and get that thing to fire straight for 100 miles. Now the curvature formula says 8 inches per mile squared. And over 100 miles, that's more than 80,000 inches.
Okay.
So it means that we can't, the pinhole experiment was given to us by National Geographic, which are, by the way, government disinformation people.
Okay.
We've done line of sight over 50 miles over water, Chicago, over the Lake Michigan. I've seen things over ranges in my lifetime. I grew up by the sea. And when I first heard the formula 8 years ago, I was like, let me apply that to what my experience is of the world. And I discovered that, wow, there was things that I could see up the coast that should be too far away because of curvature. I tell people that you can see the White Cliffs of Dover. It's very famous. You can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France. All of the White Cliffs of Dover should be hidden by the curvature of water according to the formula 8 inches per mile squared, which I don't agree with, but that's the science that you never got taught, is that there is a trigonometrical value given for curvature if it's a circle or a sphere, as they call it. But you can apply that. That's not a flat Earth thing. That's mainstream. This is what the curvature is over the globe. But you never get taught that at school. Why? Because on a clear day, you can debunk that yourself. On a cloudy day, you'll barely see those things at the base. But on a clear day, you'll be able to see those wind towers out there. And if you take a powerful zoom camera, you can pull all of the base of those things into view, and they should be behind some water curvature.
That's because light can be bent by gravity. So the light traveling around the globe still follows the curvature.
So now the pencil falling on the floor is bending light.
Why
That's
is it
really
bending?
well because gravity is just the pencil falling on the floor, the ball falling back to the ground.
It's not falling on the floor. It's being attracted towards the larger object with greater mass.
Well, we would say that's density.
Okay.
And that any refraction that does occur could be a figment of the moisture that's in the air.
Okay.
Think about it. There's be quite a lot of moisture if it's going to make your whole glass wet in 5 minutes.
Okay.
I
have to go. I've got one more question. So how come? So why does it actually matter? If the Earth is actually flat, why does it make a difference to you?
Well, if they created a ball out of a flat Earth, it might mean they're hiding more land. That's the one thing. Secondly,
so you
that
think
it makes us more easy to control. And thirdly, I think most importantly, is that I think that this world was created for us. That we didn't evolve over billions of years. That we were created on purpose. And that the creator, whatever that creator is, resides in each of us. But the system either doesn't want you to know that because it wants to test you to see if you're smart enough to wake up yourself, or some people say it's because there's a devil running a show here and they want to enslave you, whether it's just for money or whether your soul is on the line here. And your soul journey is either going to be you bought into the system and you did everything that they told you to, or you found your own mastery, your own self-mastery. Because I think that they don't want us to be masters. They want us to be good servants.
So do you believe in a God then?
I believe that there is a creator, but I didn't 8 years ago.
Okay, so do you believe in an all-powerful God?
I think that yes.
So can...
but I'm not sure I believe it though. I'll tell you why. Because I did DMT for 58 years ago.
What's DMT?
Dimethyltryptamine.
I don't know.
Ayahuasca. You heard of ayahuasca? Ayahuasca. I did dimethyltryptamine is what your lungs create. It's a chemical compound, but you can take this South American plant, drink it, and it'll take you to the spirits, if you like. And I was an atheist in 2015. I smoked this DMT, and in 6 or 7 minutes I got shown that I'm an eternal being, that we all are, and we're all connected by this one loving, omnipotent thing. Now my higher self, I say to people, it's like 7 nested dolls, Russian dolls. That you're the small one, and whatever God is the biggest one, and in between you and that, there are levels. And your higher self is waiting for you to finish this avatar, this incarnation. When you go back, your higher self will be like, oh, how was yesterday? And it's like, that was 70 years. No, that felt like yesterday, like a dream to your higher self. But did you learn anything? Or did you just get caught up in the bullshit? And that's why I like to tell people that, because I don't believe in religion, by the way. I don't have a religion to sell.
But you do believe in an omnipotent being?
I mean, but being might not be, because I don't think of a man with a white beard in space
yeah,
and all that.
but
I
like
don't
just
believe in that.
something that claims omnipotence.
That is omnipotent. That is everything. That all exists within that.
But you can quite easily disprove omnipotence.
No, I don't think that we can.
Okay,
We're so feeble.
So
Us humans are very
can I explain to you?
Yeah.
So this omnipotent thing that you believe in, can it do impossible things?
No.
So then it's not all powerful.
Yeah.
It's not omnipotent if it
well,
can't.
define impossible. If it's not possible.
Well, if it's not doable, if it cannot be done, so it can't do impossible things.
Yeah, I'd say one of the impossible things that it couldn't do was break the second law of thermodynamics.
Okay.
So you have to have, like in nature, when you look to nature, every fruit, every tree, every animal, person has a skin, a bark, a peel, a shell, everything.
Sure. Yeah.
Except this globe.
Okay.
So I would say that that's
impossible.
impossible.
I thought you believed that it had an icy sheet around it. Would that not be the skin?
That's the skin.
Okay. So
I'm showing you what nature does.
Okay.
Is that the fruit is inside,
I see.
not on the outside.
So you believe that the omnipotent being can't do impossible things then?
Yeah, I'd accept that.
So if it can't do, that's something that it can't do, correct?
But if it's impossible, then it's not possible.
Exactly. So that disproves omnipotence.
So we're getting off into philosophy now.
Yeah.
And I'm just trying to remind you that physically, there's no experiment that shows that we spin. And from a curvature point of view, we cannot demonstrate this claim that ships are going over.
So why is our planet flat and every? Do you think the flat Earth rotates?
No. So yeah.
It doesn't rotate.
And the disinformation agents out there on YouTube will try and tell you that flat earthers think that the Earth is a pancake in space.
Okay.
When in fact that couldn't be anything further from the truth.
Yeah.
We think that I think that it's an enclosed system like a ball, but we're in the sort of center point of that ball.
Okay.
The heaviest stuff is at the bottom.
Yeah.
And the lightest gases are at the top.
So it's like a semisphere.
No, it's like a whole sphere. I mean, I don't know what's beneath our feet, but just to say, you could say if you wanted to, like one of those snow globes. You could say that.
Okay.
But it might be, but if you look at Tauruses and oranges and all the things in nature, then they tend to prefer a whole round.
Okay.
And in underneath that is flowing this energy.
Right.
So I don't make any claims about that. And by the way, Mars and Mercury and Venus are points of light.
Okay.
We see points of light, but NASA give us cartoons. They give us CGI, which we cannot prove.
So wait. So do you think that the flat Earth rotates, like the spherical
Not
Earth?
at all.
So you think it stays in a fixed rotation?
It's not rotating at all.
Okay.
It's in a fixed position.
So
The Earth is not moving.
how do we see Mercury and Venus then?
Because the roof is moving. You don't go to the disco and say, "Oh, is the floor moving?" No, it's the lights that are moving around you.
So you think that the flat Earth is the center of the universe?
Definitely.
Okay.
And in fact, mainstream science hates to admit this, but their WMAP, which was the background radiation survey they used to do every year, WMAP, showed Earth to be in the center of whatever they can measure out there.
Okay.
So yes, even mainstream science.
But you can prove that it's not, because you can see the radiation horizon, which is the edge of the visible universe from the Big Bang. And if you see it in all directions,
No, you
Earth
can't.
is not.
You can't knock an eye. You believing what you've been told
if you
by
look at
NASA.
if you look at a telescope, if you go to the Hubble telescope, members of the public have done it. You can go and you can see the radiation horizon. You can do it on your own.
Okay.
Same way you can take a telescope and look at Mars and Venus.
So what if I was to say that what they're seeing is thousands of miles away,
Yeah,
not
it
light
is.
years away?
It is
Thousands of
that.
miles away.
No.
What they're seeing is thousands of miles away, and the Hubble telescope is not in the vacuum of space. It's a plane called Sophia. You can look into that yourself.
Okay.
It's a 747 with a cupola that's been built on the outside of it, and they put a powerful camera on that. And so what they're seeing when they look into the radiation is they're seeing things that are thousands of miles away. If next time you're at a powerful telescope, point it at the ground. Get up to a high position and point it at something in the far 20, 30 miles distance, and you'll find that you can't fill the viewfinder with it. And that's because these things are not seeing nearly as far as we believe they are. That's my contention to you, is that the range of these things is very, very limited.
That's because when you
The
point
big telescopes.
Yeah, that's because when you point it further away, there's more, due to the magnification, the further away it is, it's a higher resolution. So when it comes in, you're getting more light feedback. So if you point it at the ground, because it's a closer distance, then the ground, you're not getting as much feedback because it's pointed at a smaller area. Therefore, the resolution's lower. That's why it doesn't fill the whole thing.
Sounds like bullshit.
Why?
I'm calling bullshit because I'm saying that if it's a power, it shouldn't make any odds. If I can see a lighthouse at 50 miles away, yeah, with my naked eye, then I should be able to fill my viewfinder with that.
Can you look at this? So if you've got a circle,
the human eye can only see 42 kilometers.
42 kilometers.
Well,
the furthest that the light is being seen from a lighthouse is 50 miles.
But that's light. That's not good light.
And that's about as far as light can travel.
Look at this way. If you've got a circle and you've got the very center, if you split, we have it in 360 degrees. If you take a 5-degree range and you have it going from the center to the edge of the circle, 5 degrees and another line, you got like this. This, like the edge of the section of the circle, if you go much further to a bigger circle with the same 5-degree angle here, this curve on the bigger circle is going to be bigger than the small curve.
I get that. No, I understand.
That's why I'm saying with the further away being bigger and pointing at the floor is going to be smaller resolution because there's less space.
But you are comparing me wanting to look at something just 50 miles away, but you're looking at something billions of miles away.
What's the difference though? Because it's scalable. Light goes.
No, like I said to your friend here, the furthest we can see a lighthouse is 50 miles.
That's because
that's the most powerful light we can make.
That's because when it gets that's when it gets 50 miles away. Because the larger circle is so big. When you divide it into the 360 degrees, each degree is wider than your range of vision.
I understand that.
That's so you're not receiving any light feedback from that far away because it's filling your field of view. From
And yet proponents of this belief system claim that they can see the International Space Station at 250 miles, traveling at 19,000 miles an hour. So bright? So it's brighter than a lighthouse? How is it that the reflectors on the ISS are brighter than a lighthouse?
It's because it's in space, so there's less molecules, meaning there's less interference and resistance for the light, so it's not being disrupted. So because when waves travel through space, they're disrupted by other particles. But because it's in space, until much closer towards us, it's not being disrupted by any of the particles due to the lack of atmosphere. So you can actually see it, even though it's further away.
Well, again, I'm calling bullshit. And you know what else? Is that these reflectors are, each of them, like the size of a tennis court.
Okay.
Now, you're going to try and tell me now that you can see a tennis court from 250 miles away.
You can if
No. I'm going to have to say hands and say goodbye. I'm never going to convince you, but hopefully you'll give it some thought.
Thank you.
Hi guys.
I have a question about this.
Yeah, sure.
So if we've seen the moon, and
we observe it almost all the time, yes. We're in a new moon phase at the moment.
And we've seen different sides of it, different textures.
Have we seen different sides?
Well, from different countries, the moon looks different, like the face of the moon looks different.
Yeah, I mean, would you agree with me, like that if you say take a crescent moon, you can see it in some places of the world where it's sort of side on like this. Sometimes you can see it this way and even this way. Yeah?
So
have you observed that? And if you've looked at it closely, you should notice that it's turning through the course of the night. If you watch it for 6 or 8 hours, you'll see it actually roll in a clockwise direction like a coin over a table. And in the southern hemisphere, you'll find that it's rolling anti-clockwise. These are observations that I make that do not fit with the model that we're given. Now, when it comes to seeing the back of the Earth, we've never seen the dark side of the moon. Sorry, the dark side of the moon. We've never seen the dark side of the moon. We're told that it's there, but we've never filmed it. And yet, you should be able to take a satellite around the back of it when it's at new moon phase, because the sun should be shining on the back side of the moon, and we should see a silhouette of the stone, 2,000 mile radius stone, coming in front of, even if it's 5 degrees below, we should see it coming in front of the sun.
So
we've never seen that. Spherical? Don't know about that, but round, I'd agree with that.
Why would the moon not be spherical?
Well, why would it need to be spherical?
Because people say it is.
Okay, yeah. So I mean, does a light need to be a sphere, or can it just be when you see an LED light, for example, you'll see that it's just a flat face, and you don't need to assume that that's a bulb or a ball. It doesn't have to be a ball. What we observe is a round disc. When we look at it, and then people have filmed in the half moon, they film stars through the dark part of the moon. And we notice that the moon, the dark shadow side, the half side of the moon, is always matching the color of the sky. So in the daytime, it'll be blue, and in the nighttime, it'll be black. And so that doesn't fit with it's in the vacuum of space, that's a shadow being cast by the Earth, and all that. And of course, we see the moon for at least 2 or 3 weeks of the month in the daytime. And we've had lunar eclipses while the sun's in the sky. You know, at least 7 or 8 have been recorded over history of these things. So there's a lot of stuff that debunks the model that we're given. But by the way, everybody believes what they believe when they were 8 years old. They were given this. There's nothing clever about the model. You were taught it when you were 8 years old, and we've just, you know, you might go to university and study elements of it and say, oh, refine that. But actually, the basis of this is a rock that formed 4 billion years ago and is a spin-off of the Earth, and it's spinning. And then they say it's tidally locked with the Earth, and I just don't know how that's even possible to achieve, that it's rotating but it's tidally locked, so we only ever see one face.
Okay.
Gravity, you know, the bending of space and time, which is Einstein, right? And Einstein's bending of space and time, keeping it in place. Again, these are concepts, the time and space, that can float gas giants and rocks and so on in space, cannot be demonstrated in any way.
Right.
So we say that the Earth isn't a globe, but it might be that our universe is a globe.
When we are at that point, what now?
What now? Well, once you get over the oh my gosh, it's a lie. This whole idea that it's heliocentric, that we're going around the sun, then you have to zoom back right out and go, well, what does it really mean? I don't know exactly why we've been lied to, but I suggest to people it's about diminishing you. It's actually, I raised my older children's university level on the idea that they were evolved monkeys.
Okay,
but
so
I think
hypothetically, let's say that we've been put in a situation where we now know that the Earth is not spherical.
Yes.
And we all agree that that is the case.
That there's one sea level. Yes.
Then where do we go from there? What does that give us?
Well, I think it's a long way home from there. For me, flat Earth is just a gateway truth. It's just like the way into rediscovering who we truly are. And for that, it's an individual and personal journey. I don't think that we can go into Downing Street and say, right, the Earth is not as bald. You've lied to us about that as well, Tony Blair and every other person.
Okay, but what if they found out about it without you? What if they released that information? They said, well, guys,
we've lied to you all these years, but there was a reason why.
we got it wrong.
No, but remember, they have to have, even Kennedy has to have known that they couldn't get out. There were plenty of scientists back in the 1950s, well-known scientists who were saying there's no way they can go there. The moon is a plasma. They can't land on a plasma. That's what the scientists were saying. But once they'd landed on the moon, and after the sixth mission, they finally took a photo of Earth from space. They didn't bother on the first mission, second mission, third mission, fourth mission, fifth mission. Still haven't taken a photo of Earth from space. They do it on the sixth mission, and then Photoshop experts say that photo has been altered. They can see the black box, that the Earthrise is coming up in a black box that's been added as a feature to the picture. So no, the governments are lying on purpose, and that means that the Russians and the Americans, and the Russians and Americans are in collusion at that level, at the very top table. You know, even though they might be at war with each other, they've maintained the Antarctic Treaty for 60 years now. And the Antarctic Treaty stops you and I from going below 60th parallel. We cannot travel there but for a very expensive tour, and that'll take you onto a tiny peninsula. You could say Brighton, well, it'll take you to Brighton. You can walk around Brighton for 3 days. Doesn't mean you've seen Europe. And so that's all you get, is you get a very frigid conditions and it's no, there is a collusion at the top table. That means that all governments are playing, and we saw it in 2020, all governments are playing to the same script, and they're going to all follow along.
That the American Foreign Secretary speaks to his Russian counterpart probably every week on the hot phone, said what's the sort of risk analysis for the next week? Should we shout just the belligerent American? Yeah, we'll do that fair enough. Don't go too far. It's quite extraordinary.
One of the great things, I was bought in. You know, I was going along with things, right? And then I published a book about my time in the Angolan War, and someone came to me and said, you know, your battles were being choreographed by the Americans and the Russians. Now, we knew the CIA were on the ground because we saw them. And we knew that the Russians were funding the opposition because we were bombed by them, and there were Russian generals leading it and so on. But it turns out that even our battles were being constructed. Like, you'll meet here, you'll have a battle, and then you'll go home for tea, kind of thing. So wars are being created on purpose because what happened to Angola? They had to sell their oil to pay for the war.
Well, yeah, I agree.
And so if they keep us in a state of war, then we will be enemies of each other, rather than let's work towards some sort of loving, humanity. Because humanity in my 55 years of life has gone downhill, not become more loving.
It's not looking good. Look, I gotta go.
Take my flyer.
I will say that certainly seems as though there is grounds, but for me, it's missing the end product, the end
The
goal.
why. The why.
No, not the why. Just what do we do with this? You know?
Yeah. Well, it's
Where
about
does this leave
liberating.
us?
Well, okay. Let me just tell you. So let's say we were a herd of elephants, and we've been in captivity for 5 generations. And I came to you and said, "Hey, man, we're inside of a prison. You don't realize that. There is a way out." But it's up to you as to whether you want to go that. And if, the elephants are used to having their food brought to them, and they don't have to go through the hardships of being out on their own in the wild and so on, they'll probably say, yeah, I'll stay in the zoo, thanks very much, I'm used to that. And that's where most people are, is that they're happy to be in Shawshank prison, even though that they know. The movie Shawshank Redemption. The old guy goes and kills himself when he's released finally, because 50, 60 years of being incarcerated, he doesn't know how to care for himself, and he cannot handle the world out there without the cover of what Shawshank gives him. So,
Fear of the unknown.
yeah, and the less that you, like a child, the less that you allow them to explore the world, the more frightened they're going to be of the world. And so I think that the governments create a reason for them to be here and to be our masters as well, because we need them. We're in the zoo, and we need them to bring food for us every day, otherwise we'd be in trouble. Even those who are, financially successful and so on, they still need the protection of that, rather than saying, the people say, no, it'll be anarchy. Well, only anarchy because what you're doing is you're releasing the prisoners out of Shawshank without having them had the time to work through their stuff. Because the prisoners of Shawshank are in a bad way. And if you open those gates of the prison, then they'd cause hell in the local villages and towns as they spread about. They're not like Andy Dufresne was, a man who kind of worked on himself. And so when he got out of there, he went and got himself a boat, chilled life. That's all I want to do. I don't want to be playing in the game anymore. But gravity is a hoax, and outer space cannot be proven. I think that God is within you, but I have no religion to offer. I think God resides within each of us equally. There is no special king or whatever. The king is you, but you don't want to be the king because you've been, not you personally, but we have been broken down by the prison guards over the centuries, And I mean, if you go back just a few hundred years ago, the Catholic Church were burning people who were talking out of turn. They were burning people. We were burning people, and you think that those children saw their parents or mother getting burnt? You think that that's not going to affect their behavior, and they're going to go, I better go along with what Mr. Vatican tells me to do. And they fall in line, and so we become more and more obedient over time.
That's true. I'm going to go now. But thank you very much.
Have a nice day. Earth is flat, yes. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a globe. You've been lied to. You have been lied to. Guys, that was a long few conversations, baby. How are you doing? I've been wanting to talk down for ages. It is the trigger phrase. I can't help myself. Now you guys, just quickly have a quick look. Hey, Ryan. Thanks, man. Can't really read it, it's quite loud. I can't really read it. this establishment claims false, global. Well, I mean, how the flat Earth works is really still very much up for debate. But that it's.
And you think satellites exist?
Hello, gentlemen.
Are you alright, mate?
Are you Muslim?
Yeah, we are.
Salam alaikum. Let me tell you, I've spoken to imams and they tell me for sure that the Quran says that the sun and the moon, they travel over the earth. And if you want to find God, God is closer to you than the jugular vein in your neck. Why they that this is the temple of God, you are God, Allah is carried within you, each of us.
I think it's close to you, yeah. And everywhere, I guess.
Yeah, and everywhere and in everything, you see. So, but
you're doing it live?
Yes.
Alright.
So the sun and the moon are small lights, as that's what we see. In fact, in the Genesis story as well, it's a small light, and they're created after the Earth. Earth comes first, and then the lights come later. In the mainstream science, they tell you that the sun comes first, and the Earth comes later. It's all an inversion of Allah's word, of God's word, so I say. And that we are the center of creation, rather than just lucky evolutionary monkeys. Muslims don't believe in evolution in the main, but that's most people do. Most people I used to, that we were just evolved 70,000 years ago. We came out of this Africa and all of that sort of stuff. I believed all of that stuff. And now I think that we're created perfect as we are. Every skin color, every race, as we call it, is created.
So listen, why you just explain where is it here? Where is it here? Because I'd like to reflect on it. And
I'll give you a flyer,
right? Because I can't.
It's a lot of information.
I'm not going to say I've got science or anything that I can come up with. Yeah.
Yeah, I say take that flyer, and there's a useful website.
I can always have a look at it.
Yeah.
It's all right, mate.
All of this, guys.
Yeah. You have a good one, brother.
Does he convince you? Does he convince you the Earth flat?
I don't want to convince anyone. You got to work it out for yourself. You don't buy it? That's fair enough. I don't want you to buy it.
I said don't buy it.
Yeah. Let me give you guys a flyer to take home and consider this. Contemplate this.
What is it? What are you saying, that the Earth is flat? No.
I see you like the mushrooms. I took DMT 8 years ago. I was an atheist, and I saw my higher self in the DMT experience.
Yeah, I've seen that people have like ego death, and then
I felt like I was dying, and everything was taken from me. And from there, I came back and was like, "Whoa, I'm going to look at this flat Earth stuff because everything I've been taught is wrong." Okay. And so it turns out that I think we are electromagnetic beings. You might have seen it with mushroom experiences, but that we are light, or frequency. Okay. And all I'm interpreting here as your skin and your avatar is actually a frequency or vibration, but you are carrying the consciousness of Allah or God or Mother Nature, whatever you give to the all that is everything. Is actually a scintilla of that, a little part of that is carried by each of us. But they don't want, the system doesn't want us to know that, whether it be religion or the mainstream system. They don't want us to know that, because if we knew that, we would not cooperate in this prison system that they've got us in. So that's it. I mean, when it comes to the physical Earth, then I'd say to people that we can't. There is no experiment that shows that we are spinning 1,000 miles an hour.
Okay.
And when we test this claim that ships are going over the horizon, people can take the powerful cameras, the zoom camera, the Nippon P1000, things like that, and they can bring that ship back into view for another 10, 20, 30 minutes. Where it's just sailing away over flat water. And what I say to people is that if you were watching a ship go over the horizon here, and then you went into that tall tower that they've got here, well, you're going to see further, right? And they'll still look level. And then you take an aeroplane, and you would still see that same ship. An hour later, you're like, I can still see that ship again. And it's over a flat body of water. I've flown over the Mediterranean a few times, and when you look down on the Mediterranean, as far as you can see, it looks like a lake, a flat mirror with 100 ships all over. So water's level, and they say it's curving at 8 inches per mile squared, and water must be level. If you spoil the level, if you take your glass and you try and tip it out, the moment the glass gets to like 90 degrees, it's pouring out. The moment it hits the lip, it's going to start pouring out, and then it'll run downhill. And once it pools downhill, that pool will be level again. So I'll say to people, when you're coming down the mountain, you've got a lake, and it's parallel to the next lake. And it's parallel to the next lake, and then it gets to the horizon, or the big lake, the sea. So water, the fluid and liquid dynamics, gas dynamics, demonstrate this thing to us, is that things like to settle in their own buoyancy. So lighter gases settle higher, and heavier gases settle lower, and the same is true with water.
Okay.
So everything works in strata, layers, like this, up and down. Same as like the steam in the shower. The steam in the shower will settle at the ceiling. Hot air rises, helium balloons rise. They've got no problem with gravity. And people say, no, but after 200,000 feet or 300,000 feet or whatever, the gravity is going to grab a hold of that helium balloon and hold it there. And we say, no, thermodynamics law, or second law of thermodynamics, says it must be contained if you want to have pressure. If you want to be in a pressure system, you must contain it, like a deodorant can or a soda can. Break the pressure and immediate equalization with the surrounding atmosphere.
Interesting.
I'll give you one of my electromagnetic flyers because I think that's useful for you, given that I think it's all electromagnetic toruses. You are the small apple in the big apple. And like the Russian nested dolls, the matryoshka, I think that the small one, the seventh one is us, and the top one is Allah or God or everything. But you have a higher self, and by the way, your higher self is eternal. Like it never dies.
Yeah,
this is
have
just
you seen like the egg theory, the Andy Weir, like the story? You should look for it. The egg is basically
the cosmic egg.
Yeah, I think it's a cosmic egg. That basically we are just like the same consciousness.
Yes.
So yeah, I've seen
Yes, and we're inside. To use the word God, we're inside God. Whatever God is, we're inside it. Just like you have a microbiome in your stomach, that microbiome is you, even though it's tiny, small of you. Now that microbiome can be used against you. It could actually make you sick if you don't look after it. And I think that's what's happening on Earth, is that people are getting sick, and the Earth is getting sick because the microbiome of God, if you like, is getting sick. Now what happens when you get sick? You have to lie down, you get flu, you cough it up 3 or 4 days or a week, and then you get back up again. Well, there might be the same with mankind here, is that every 500 years, 400 years, there's like a Noah's flood because it gets so sick. Society gets so sick, it has to get washed again and then cleansed, and then we start all over again. So when we walk around these old buildings and beautiful buildings like the cathedrals and stuff, we say that that might have belonged to a previous civilization who went away, and we are the next iteration of that, and we've only been around 400 or 500 years in this place. On the flat Earth, there might be other continents that have been hidden from us. We suggest that, and that if there is a reseeding of our continents, then it perhaps comes from these other lands that are further out. But that's deeper into the trying to understand why they're doing it and what's.
Yeah, no, interesting. I'll take it. I take a look.
Man,
okay.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Have a good life.
You too.
Nice to talk to you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Wanting a drink of distilled, which is always going to find its level. And guess what? That's too much water in there. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Now, if I take a sip of my water, so there's a little bit of air in there, I can create levels. And this is why I say it's parallel and horizontal, and it doesn't matter what I do, that will be level with the horizon, horizontal, every which way. And guess what? The heavy stuff's at the bottom and the gas is at the top. Every time. Every time, friends. Water always finds its level. We cannot live on a ball. How are you guys enjoying the stream? How long am I in Brighton for? Well, you know what, parking is insanely expensive here, and I drove like just a little bit more than a quarter mile away from this main drag, because they wanted just to park up there. It was like 15, 17 pounds, and I only get 4 hours. So I drove up that road, and I'm parked like 500, 800 meters up the road. Free. It was just an area that they were doing some works resurfacing the road, and they didn't have any paint lines down, and there was no restriction on that little piece. So there's space for about 5 cars, and that's one for me. So happy days. I'm going to be here for a good few hours. I'm not getting the footfall that I'd hoped for. You might be right about a different location, but I seem to have had free thing here. I do feel like my banners are a little bit off where the majority of people are, but I do need to put a bit more to it. Some good conversations, of course, some well-educated youngsters I'll be here a few more hours. Did I say that? Yes. Spinning. It's a nice day, actually. The weather's not too bad, I've got to say. Here's Earth spinning. Earth not spinning. I didn't realize I'd put that there. I'm going to take a pic. Take a pic of my banner, please.
Of your banner? Earth is not flat.
Nor a spinning globe. It's electromagnetic. Earth is an electromagnetic torus system. Do you know what a torus is? Toroidal system?
No.
Yeah, it's like an apple, but electromagnetic. So instead of living on the outside of the skin of the fruit, we actually live inside the skin of the fruit. If you cut the apple open like that, let it fall open, where the seeds are, I say is where we are. Those are the continents. And you are micro inside the macro. We are all one, not separate, not evolved from apes. None of that stuff is true. And we can't prove we're spinning, by the way. Oh, Harry's banners have done a bit more mileage here. Oh, Harry and Jason's, I think. Exactly whose they were. Hello, man. Stay.
Goes faster and everything.
There is. Bro, you know Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. They lied to us about that too. Earth is not a spinning rock, sir. Nope. Earth is definitely not moving, like your senses would tell you. See this telescope, by the way. Earth is flat, lads. Earth is flat, not a spinning stone.
Earth is flat. It's a conspiracy theory designed to make people more stupid.
I think the globe is that. That's a projection. Because mankind has seldom been more stupid. Seldom been more dumb. Anyway, I'm trying to meet my brother and sister here with love. Earth is flat. I know it's a bit of a trick term.
Have I had a haircut?
Oh well, how you doing, man?
My disguise.
You look good without no, I did not.
Yeah.
It's Squirrel Sniper.
In the sunshine.
The Sniper finally makes his debut on live TV.
On Trinity channel, yeah. I've been on a few times. On lots of other bits and
Okay.
pieces, but yeah.
Well, yeah, you do look tidier, though. Nice.
Must a bit, yeah.
Yeah. Nice to see
Good work.
you. Thanks, man. It's real. This is all real. I've had you obviously heard a few of the conversations. I saw you in chat just
Yeah, just listening to it on the way down.
Alright. Oh, look at that. Squirrel Sniper. Archaic stuff.
Yeah, yeah. He's looking well.
Yeah,
Very
he's got
well.
a suntan, yeah.
Yeah. No, looking forward to what's coming out of there.
Yeah,
Pretty good.
yeah, that's pretty good. Well, you can have a flyer.
Most definitely.
Up to you. You might be able to give a few out. Because sometimes what happens here, man, is I get bogged down in a conversation with one person, and then I can't release myself from them without being rude, you know?
Be talking to the wrong people.
Yeah. Earth is flat, right? Earth is not a globe, not a ball. Yeah, no, I do definitely have to improve on that. Hello, man.
Hello, mate.
How are you doing?
So, you believe the Earth's not flat?
Earth is flat, boys. Not a spinning rock. You've been lied to about that. Earth is not a spinning rock. Earth is mostly normal. Don't trust the government. Don't trust the indoctrinators.
Can I ask why? This is fascinating. Why do you think I've been lied to my whole life about why the world is round?
Okay. No, don't take it personally. We've all been lied to.
No, why have we all been lied to?
I wrote the same lie.
Yeah, of course we have. No, I'm sure 8 billion people have.
Okay, there's a number of answers to that question, isn't there? The why. I mean, normally it's good to kind of work out that there was a crime in the first place before you ask why did he commit that murder. Well, until you've kind of established that there was a murder, there's not much point in trying to establish the why, the motive. But the motive is possibly that there's more land, but definitely that I think that we are higher beings, soul beings, and that there's something in you that's got nothing to do with evolution, but everything to do with creation. And that there is a creator within you who is emanating through you and through each of us. But so I think that they want to keep us at least in a slave farm.
They?
The people who invented religion. You don't have a religion.
So you think the spherical nature of the Earth, as I've been told, is because of religion that I've been told that?
No, you asked who they are.
No. So you said it's religion who has told me who's telling me the Earth is round.
Yeah. Well, actually, the Big Bang Theory is a Catholic invention, and the first globe comes out of like Catholic operatives.
I don't doubt that.
But I think that all roads may lead to Rome. I might be wrong on that, but there is stories about there being 13 families and certain bloodlines and all of that sort of thing, and they used religion as their nexus of power, their control lever, and they beat people up for centuries until they took on their religion. And then they started losing favor with their religion, so they gave people another way of seeing themselves, which is that, you're not a product of some creator, you're actually just a lucky Goldilocks. And I raised my children on that belief, actually.
You're talking about religion. I really want to focus on the flat Earth thing, because that's what's drawn to me.
Well, the globe, you see, for me, the globe and religion are intertwined. They say that government and religion and politics don't... Earth is flat, la terra plata, la terra plana. Earth is flat, la terra plana. La terra plana, tierra plana. Earth is flat. Sorry if I just need to try and get a few people to hear my voice. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, la terra plana. Okay, so the globe is a deception to minimize us all collectively, to keep us in a slave mindset, to be able to take advantage of us. So there's a lot of...
So you believe that higher beings...
Yeah. Let me just give out a few flyers. Go on. Higher beings, flyers, information. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Take the flyer. No. Earth is flat. Once one of them takes it, you'll see more of them take it. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Where are you from? Spain?
No, French.
Earth is flat. I met some French students the other day. They were so open-minded. Earth is flat. Take a flyer.
No.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Take a flyer.
Right. So you've missed them.
Different.
So you're saying, right, that
I'm not saying, by the way, I'm not saying.
So
there's millions of people that are saying that the Earth is not a.
I mean, you are saying.
Oh yeah, okay.
So why? I just don't understand why.
As I said to you, to keep us in the same mindset as the religious, that they're not important. That actually, you're willing to be a slave, you're willing to be a tax slave, you're willing to have a government tell you what to do.
So I think it's fair to say that there are millions of people, maybe not millions, thousands of people who have. I'm playing devil's advocate here, right? I'm assuming that the Earth is flat in this situation.
Okay.
There are thousands of people who have. There's scientists who have said, no, you're wrong. The Earth is spherical.
Yes.
Like I trust that they are intelligent people.
Like preachers. Preachers are very intelligent. And they give us a whole lot of...
A lot of people are intelligent. Yeah. So what I'm saying is why would they lie to us?
They're not lying to you, by the way.
Do you think they're mistaken?
So
you think thousands of people are mistaken?
Yeah. Are you Muslim?
I'm not Muslim.
There's a million Muslims. A billion Muslims, I should say. They might be mistaken. There's 1.5 billion Christians.
Oh, there's 8 billion humans. Everyone's mistaken about something.
So remember when we were taught about gravity, heliocentricity, flying around the moon and all of that, so long before we could understand the warping of time and space, we were told that because of gravity, things fall down, and that's because there's a center mass and it's attracting everything in. Now the kids who were A students just went on to become the scientists and repeat that same bullshit. So it doesn't mean that they're lying, they're just repeating the dogma that mommy and daddy and teacher gave them when they were small. There's nothing clever about believing in gravity.
There's not. But there are so many. There are countless people who disagree with this.
I know.
And I am just like, there's no proof.
But
right?
you know what? If you're treading the way of the main herd, then you're probably going the wrong way. Because the majority of people have been deceived, and we saw that in 2020.
So okay. I just was in Australia, right?
Yeah.
About a month ago.
Okay.
Less than that, 2 weeks ago.
Okay.
That like very much, from my understanding, I was on the other side of the globe.
Okay.
The time was different.
Yeah.
Like, explain that part.
Well, okay, so if you shrunk the flat Earth, down into a football stadium like Wembley Stadium, for example, and you had a light that was one light, it's got hundreds of lights, but if you had just one light that was powerful enough to illuminate about half of the stadium at the time, and then you just simply move that light around the stadium for 24 hours.
So you're saying that's the sun?
Yeah, that is, because remember...
that's real?
Well, that's definitely a point of light. We can contend what it is. The idea that do you know how far it is away?
I don't know, it's like 7 minutes for the light to travel,
Yeah,
so...
8 minutes apparently.
Yeah, whatever.
93 million miles. I say that it's maybe 100 miles.
Why do you disagree with that?
Well, firstly, it's got to come through the vacuum of space. I mean, for me, it didn't start with immediately saying that the sun can't be 93 million miles away. It started with, there's a formula for the curvature of the globe. I can't measure that over water. I can't measure that. Then I look into all the NASA stuff. You know,
I could chat with you for hours, mate. I do need to go.
Did they ever put a man in a spacesuit and a vacuum chamber to test that they could go into the outer space? No, they never did. Because the law of thermodynamics get broken every time we leave, and then that doesn't somehow hold on to the gases. These things are all things that you start to look into. But now what I tell you is that the sun is personal to you, and that when you look at the moon, for example, because the moon and the sun are the same size, right? They just tell us they're 400 times further away. That's why they look the same size. It's mainstream science says that they look the same size. It's just the distance between them is 400 times difference, and the size is 400 times different. So what a coincidence. They happen to look exactly the same size. Now,
I'll be honest, I agree with that. It is weirdly coincidental.
That is incredible. And not only that, we've had lunar eclipses while the sun's been up at the same time as the moon. So you can't, and they say it's because the Earth is occluding it, but there's been at least 7 recorded lunar eclipses with the sun and the sky at the same time. And then we see the partial moon.
So again, there's been 7 recorded lunar eclipses.
Yes.
So that's when
the Earth is meant to be coming and throwing a shadow over the moon and eclipsing it.
I mean, that's just the normal moon cycle, right? Every time we don't see a full moon, that's because the Earth is in the way, right?
But would you say, because I can see the moon, like a partial moon, and the sun up in the sky for at least 2 weeks of the month, possibly even 3.
Yeah.
Where I've got...
But that's because I'm the Earth here, the sun's over there, the moon's there.
Yeah, both are above you, so how can one be throwing a shadow on the other?
They're above me, but there's multiple degrees of above.
No.
There is. There's 180 degrees above.
If the sun is there, now...
If the sun's there and the moon's there,
yeah,
so the sun is throwing the same light on us as it is the moon, so that's flat, but we can only see a portion of the area on the moon that the sun is throwing on it.
Yeah, and the portion that we can't see, it always matches the daytime color of the sky, you know. So if you see it in the daytime, it's blue. When you see it at nighttime, it's black. We've taken photographs of stars through the portion of the moon.
No. It's not matching the same colour.
It is. I've been observing it for 5-7 years.
No, but what I'm saying, it's not matching the colour. It's invisible, in the sense that there is no light on it, so we can't see it. So what we see is the same thing we see that's blue, which is the ozone or whatever that causes that blue light.
So you know how shadows and silhouettes work. So if you throw something into a shadow, then you should be able to see that. So we're just coming into the new moon phase right now.
So if I throw something into a shadow?
Yeah, so you shouldn't be able to see, like, you should be able to, well, let's just take a stone, right?
Yeah.
I take a stone and I move it in front of the sun.
Yeah, I'll use my wallet.
Yeah, so now you won't be able to see any light reflecting from the sun, but can you see the silhouette of your wallet?
Yeah. Yes.
Now, we've never seen the moon for 20 hours around the new moon, ever, in science. So if it was a stone, like they claim, then we should be able to see that stone silhouetting, like your wallet just did. We should see it moving in front of or near the sun. We don't. But it's actually in that space. Now, if I came to have a conversation with you in a week's time, I'd be able to show you the moon up there, and you'd see a quarter moon, a crescent moon, and you would see that the sky is not, there's not a shadow of the dark part that's a rock, but actually it's straight through. You're seeing blue. Now, if it's in the darkness of space, we should be seeing black out there, but we're actually seeing the same color. And even
so you're telling me I can see an area. So I've got the moon, I've got the crescent that's got the light on it, and you're saying that the rest of that circle I can see stars through that.
Yes.
I can see
That's
stars.
been observed, yeah.
I'd love to see evidence.
There's a video of that. I can't tell you the name of the guy right now. I forget it. But there's a video of that. It's not the only video that's out there of that. And the guy didn't even know he caught it until he was watching back later on his footage. But here's something you can easily see. And while you're in Australia, the moon is rotating. That crescent moon is rotating counterclockwise.
Yeah, it's the opposite.
And it's rotating this way.
Because I'm the other side of the Earth.
Yeah, but remember, it's not turning this way like they taught us in school. It's actually rolling like this as it moves through the sky.
And
that's not explained by the model. That's not explained.
Well,
Take a flyer.
I'm late to go. I think you already gave me one, but yeah. Thanks,
Have a
man.
nice day, bro.
Will be a free, mate.
Secret societies. Talking about secret societies. Secrets in...
Within all societies.
Are you filming? Yes, I'm live.
Take care,
That's
my
where
friend.
the
Have a good day.
Kicks in.
He was a scientist.
Oh, scientist.
I had him for a little
What's
while.
the formula for curvature?
He doesn't know that.
You don't know the formula for curvature? And you call yourself a scientist, man?
He's a geologist.
Another geologist? Yeah. Oh, the geologists, they're coming thick and fast. The poor indoctrinated fellas. Earth is not a spinning rock, mate. We've got no experiment that proves that it's spinning.
So what is this?
We're saying that the Earth is not a spinning ball. We can't do any experiment that will show we're
It's
spinning.
not even a planet.
We can't prove that water is curving over its surface. That's why we say water level or sea level. We say that all bodies of water, when at rest, will find a level. And that level will be parallel to the next level and the next level down the mountain until you get to the sea. It's all horizontal, all strata. But we live inside some kind of containment system, because otherwise we wouldn't have this pressure that we're in, this air pressure. The vacuum of space would rip it off in a second.
Okay.
So we have to be contained.
So what's the biggest proof for the flat Earth?
Well, I mean, for me, sea level. You know, we're on the east coast of England now, right?
Yeah.
If I was the other day, I was on the west coast of England. Now I know that I travelled up to a height of about 300, 350 meters at the highest point, and I came back down 350 meters to the same zero. Now I could use the same example over Africa. Anywhere that you can cross from the east coast to the west coast of America, 3,000 miles, you're going to go up a certain height and down a certain height. It's going to be exactly the same from beginning to end. But you'll always go up. If you go up 1,000, you're going to come down 1,000. You know, the water is level this side, and sea level is the same as the other side, within a few inches. So we have only one body of sea level on Earth. And all topographical maps use the same. If it's Kilimanjaro or Everest, 7,000 meters above sea level, it's over which sea level? Where did they choose that sea level from? India? Africa? Europe? If we're living on a ball, if we're living on a globe, then there must be curvature, and you should measure that. According to them, they say it's 8 inches in the mile squared. I say that's not enough, but that's what the mainstream will try and tell you, that there's 8 inches per mile squared of curvature.
But how do you get the seasons like?
Seasons. So now you're getting deeper into how would it work if it was flat. Remember, all the Sumerians, the Egyptians, the Mayans, they all said flat Earth, and they all had seasons. So the way it must work is that the sun is in Cancer, that's summer in the north. The sun is all the way down in Capricorn, that's summer in the south. That's no problem. So if I had a light source and I took it into a stadium, a football stadium, and if I made the center line the equator, then as I move that line towards one goal mouth, it's going to get hotter for that side of the stadium. I move it to the other side, it's going to get hotter for that side of the stadium. It's not a problem. The idea that the sun is 800,000 times bigger than the Earth cannot be proven. What you see is a small disk of light inside. What you're told is it's...
But then night and day is because the sun is just moving.
Correct, yeah. So take the same example of this football stadium. If I take the light around the stadium, this side is in the daytime and this time is nighttime, and then I move it around and so it goes.
But it still goes the same, like,
yes.
It doesn't, like, go further
like that's what I question about the seasons, because if the sun just goes around, the sun goes around.
Yeah, but think about like a record player. You know, when the record player starts at the first track, that's going to be your summer in South Africa, in the southern hemisphere. As it gets to track 1, the last track of the center, that's northern summer. And then of course it reverses for the next 6 months and goes back out again. And that's a simple way of thinking about it. Exactly how it works, I don't know, but that's a good way of depicting how we can have seasons, and we have that variation. But what they tell us is that, you know, it's because of the tilt of the Earth. Because if the sun is 90 million miles away and it's so hot, then the slight 20-degree tilt of the Earth should not really give us why it's so cold in England, you know, versus in South Africa where it's never that cold, and other places in the world. There's a lot of anomalies with the model that we just sort of brush over and we don't really think about. But there's plenty of ways that we could explain it with a small energy system that we call the sun and moon. And the moon, by the way, we can see it for 2 weeks, maybe 3 weeks of the month. We can see it in the sky at the same time as the sun. But they tell us that the Earth is throwing a shadow onto the moon. But I'm seeing it all through the day and watching it coming through the sky. And as I was telling the last guy, the moon is rolling through the sky like this. As you watch it for the course of 8 hours, it's actually going to roll and turn like this. And it's going to turn clockwise here and anti-clockwise in the southern hemisphere. That cannot be explained by the heliocentric globe.
You know, the thing is, as we know, we are lied to by the elite of the world.
Yeah.
So it shouldn't surprise me, but I don't know.
It's a hard one, and you have to work it out for yourself. It took me months before I was like, I'm not being hoaxed. It took me months.
When you're starting to understand this, doesn't it feel like you're going crazy? Or?
Well, it made me understand why I felt like the world was a bit crazy, because I'm like, wow, we've all been mistaught.
Realise everything is in reverse.
And it does. It's a bit like exactly. It's like being thrown out of the prison, or if you're an animal and you've been in a cage for 3 generations, and then all of a sudden you're the one that jumps out of the cage. Like, shit, how do I feed myself? How do I take care of myself? I'm used to being fed and taken care of, and a roof over my head and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, it can be, but it can be super intimidating as part of the journey. And of course, it costs you friends, because you know most friends will say no. This is bullshit. We want to believe.
I think most of the truth that we get in this world is upside down. It's a total upside. Like, when I was like 24, I started to believe like. I believe in a creator. Like, there is something intelligent. This is just didn't pop up from anything, from nowhere. And that everything was created by nothing. You know, from nothing is all this created. And the pattern I've started to see is like that everything we teach is the total opposite.
Exactly, upside down. And that's why they'll tell you that you came from a monkey, which is
exactly.
They'll tell you that you can walk upside down. You can't. There is only one up and there is only one down. But most people say, no, there's no up and down. It's just relative to where I happen to be standing on the ball at that particular time.
And the Bible also says that.
The Bible's a flat earth book. I told my preachers when I was a teenager, I said, your books are out of touch, man. Science says that the earth is a globe. The Bible's saying that it's flat and not moving. You know, so it's an inversion of everything that whatever the creator is. I don't know what the creator is, but I use the term God. Whatever that is, created something on purpose and created you on purpose to come and have an experience. But everything since you got here and your parents has been switched on its head. So as to
I think we're living in a shithole. And I personally, I think the only way out is through Jesus Christ. That's my own.
Okay. Well, you see, the thing is that nature is beautiful. Yeah. Nature is, abundant and beautiful.
Exactly. We can still see the creator in the creation. Yeah. But as we know, 99% of all the animals is dead. 99% of all animals.
Okay, that might be true, but I say that this is evil. I think that the creator has a Noah's flood every few hundred years. Actually, and if we had a flood event, a Noah's flood event, 99% of the creatures would go away.
But that's not just like from the Bible, you know. The scientists know that 99% of all the animals are dead. And also in the nature, all the flowers and everything, the nature is 99% is gone.
Things have changed. Well, because I study something called mud flood. We think that the sea level has changed by maybe a mile. That actually there's pyramids in Japan under the sea. In this country, there's towns that are underneath the sea. We used to be able to walk to France from here, apparently. So there's a lot of things that have changed. I think that unfortunately a lot of science, they are given certain information, and it might be that 90% is true, it might be that it's not true. I accept that there are bones found. I do not believe in dinosaurs. I do not think that the creator needed to wait for dinosaurs to go extinct. And of course on a flat earth there's no meteorites that are going to come and wipe us out.
The interesting thing is like that, is that we have stories about not so long ago that people lived together with dinosaurs. Like for example, Alexander the Great, when he was conquering different countries, they was saying like we were going from this place to the other, but first we have to kill these big animals.
Yes.
It's really interesting.
That doesn't mean dinosaur. Big animals, yes.
Yeah.
Tails like cedar, like in the Bible. Yes, I accept that. We think that actually even man was much bigger. He could have been 40 feet tall.
Yeah, of course. I think it's the reverse. You know,
We're going down.
Exactly. You go back in time. You're smarter we was, and the greater we were. Yeah. As I said, this is the pattern we are lied to. The truth is just opposite what we are learning.
They say evolution, we are devolving. They are
exactly.
Devolving us on purpose.
But the scientists today know that for every generation that is born, we get a negative mutation in the gene. We are dying.
Well, but what if the same people who deceived us about the globe have been poisoning us at the same time? So, when you poison a rat, you don't poison it with enough poison to kill it once. You've got to let it eat slowly over time, and then it'll die. And the same is true with us. They've got fluoride in the water, glyphosate in your food. There's all sorts of poisons that are coming into the system.
So we cannot think. We cannot think straight.
Fluoride for the pineal gland and all of that. Yeah, so I think that actually the sickening and the dis-ease that you see is intentional. It's like they've put us into a prison and they've poisoned the food and the air and the water so that we do not achieve what God intended for us to achieve. Which is to find that divinity, to find that sovereign spot.
But I think it's still, I'm not raised a Christian, but was the thing that made me believe in God was that I could see an intelligent creator, a loving, intelligent creator in the creation, like the beautiful flowers, the beautiful sunset.
So you won't find that in the city.
Exactly.
The city is the prison. Exactly. Nature has got all of that. And if you threw the one orange seeds, you got 10 seeds in the orange. You threw the one orange seeds down, and you can come back in 50 years and you'll have hundreds of trees. Because you've got so many seeds coming from those trees. You'll feel, so nature is abundant, but the man's system is a control, and he wants you to be paying taxes, paying 40, 50 years of your life simply to have a roof. And this is against what God intended, I'm sure.
But I think it's like time to people to wake up.
That's why I'm out in the street, because evil prospers when good men do
because
nothing.
It's like, and it's not, you have to, the one who search will find.
Yeah.
And I think we have to strive also to get the truth. Yeah. But the truth is out there.
The truth is out there, and there's evidence of it. When it comes to the flat Earth, we know that water is level, and we haven't been able to measure curve. We think we see a ship going over the curve, we can't measure that. We think the Earth is spinning, we can't measure that. There's two key elements of the globe model that have to be really scrutinized. And once you get past that, then you can start to look into the other things. My battery's dying. Right. 1 second, I've got a battery pack. Nice talking to you.
Nice to thank you.
Cheers, man. Hey, it's nice to have you here, brother. Surprise, surprise. Let me just put that where it belongs. You're the man. We've got a pack, yeah?
I can't hang around too long.
But you're looking well, man, honestly. You're
looking browner than me, and I'll work.
Oh, that's not... Andrea said to me this morning, I had my shirt off in the sun. She's like, oh my gosh, I haven't seen you so pale in years. We've had such a long winter. Yeah. And to be honest with you, brother, I have been sedentary. So I'm putting on the pounds faster than a Shire horse or something.
You've certainly got the weather for it today. I'm all good, actually.
Nice day weather-wise.
For 9 hours today. Feels like
really?
it. Yeah, doing weeding.
Oh, I hate
real weeding. Proper weeding. Yeah. Not my kind of weeding. The other kind.
Yeah. Oh man, I don't like weeding very much. I have to be honest with you.
I put a ridiculous amount on it, and she said yeah. So, you know, when you can't turn that down.
Yeah. If you're getting paid for it. Yeah. Well, I'm so excited that you came down. Really, I'll remember this for a long time.
Are you here tomorrow as well?
No, so I was going to come down tomorrow, but it's an hour drive, which is not the problem. But my daughter's coming to town, or to the place that we're at, so I'm going to spend time with her.
Yeah, exactly.
But in 2 weeks' time, we're moving to a place that's actually closer to Brighton.
Yeah, she might do
so
it.
I intend to. Fully intend to come to Brighton.
Or maybe do seafood, which is depending on which side are you going to be.
I don't know. Can we
Hastings
talk
side.
about that?
Yeah.
I mean, I don't have to be here. I would happily go somewhere else.
Because
I just
you
need
know,
someone to put the banners in.
Yeah, I mean the prices of parking, man, they're ridiculous.
Insane.
£4.80 for an hour.
I know. So
and you've still got to walk miles.
Yeah. Well, actually, as I was saying, you may miss me saying this, but I drove up that road there and got 2 junctions up or so, and came across a little section that had no painting on the road. It was like oh, there's a spot here for me. There's one space. Perfect. The creators were trying to save me that bucks. But I should just say quickly while I'm thinking about it, thanks to those people who sent us a donation. We really appreciate it. Really useful. Genuinely very, very useful. And pilot friend Nathan, a few others, Zeki. I put a video out on saying thank you. Oh, this guy's NASA. This is going to be hard. You know, NASA fake space, bro. We never went to the moon. We never went to the moon.
You must be joking.
I know, I see you got the NASA fanboy hat on, but no, they faked it, man. And you know the International Space Station, they're doing that in a swimming pool. You know, a guy on a spacewalk nearly drowned during a spacewalk. Why? And why have they never put their spacesuit in a vacuum chamber?
Who pays you to say that?
I don't get paid. It's the government that gets $60 million a day.
The government?
The government takes $60 million of the Americans every day.
Do you believe the government?
Oh yes, of course.
There you go. Keep walking.
Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Yeah, what a day. Guys, we've been lied to. Earth is not a spinning ball. You know? Earth is not a globe. No globo. Earth, no globo. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock in space. Space is fake. Space is fake. We've been lied to about where we live, who we are. And funny, here you go. Take a pic, bro. Yeah. Quick selfie with the moon landing hoax. Moon is a light. I love it. Put it on your social. You hope some of these people have got 1,000 or more people on their social media. That they spread the word. Spread the word. Do you want to fly to go with that selfie?
No, thanks.
We can't prove we live on a spinning rock. Thermodynamics demands that we must be in a pressurized system, a closed system. Some people see that Earth is not flat. Earth is not flat, nor a spinning ball. We've been lied to about who we are and where we are. Evolution is a lie. You do not evolve from monkeys, and black people do not have white children. That's just the way it works. Black people cannot have white children. Evolution is a hoax. Evolution is a lie, and gravity is another hoax. I have, if I wanted to put a coin in one of these things, they want £1. But I'd be able to see some of that you can't see now. Down there. And I'm with Squirrel Sniper. One of the most well-known people on the YouTube circuit as far as my world's concerned. It's nice to see him out in person. Earth is not a spinning rock. We do not live on a spinning marble. Evolution is fake, a hoax. There you go, the cognitive dissonance kicking in. Earth is not a spinning rock. Earth is not a ball. I don't know how much of it you pick up when you're on, listening on, but there's a lot of that, like angry talk from people. Oh, bullshit. My dad would say the same thing. Earth is not a rock. We do not live on a spinning rock. Evolution is a lie. We do not come from monkeys. And Earth is probably flat, like the seed. Did you know Earth is flat, not a spinning marble? We've been lied to by the government and your religion. NASA.
And the dogma.
Dogma. Dogma. Who's here? Yeah, like offer like $50 for a single frequency globe. That's good. Squirrel Sniper, snipe the stream. Trinity Sniper. Someone, Ryan says hello. And London, he changed his name, London McLovin.
London McLovin's in the house.
Big up snipers. There you go. There's a sniper. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Earth is not a rock in space.
Good.
Yeah, and what else? What is that?
Yeah, he said.
It's an electromagnetic world. We do not live in a material world. It's like a hologram.
Simulation.
Yeah, simulation. You don't think so? Can you prove that we're spinning? Can we prove we're spinning? I like that. Earth is not a spinning rock. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Take some information. Earth is flat, brother. Yes. I got big chalk in the way. Earth is flat. I'm glad it's not raining. This will stay a while. Earth is flat. I've been holding this bag for 2 hours with chalk in it because I started talking to someone and I never put it down.
Exercise for the day.
Yeah, Earth is flat, folks. We've been lied to about the globe. Heliocentrism is a deception. It's a religious belief that stones can spin around stones. Earth is not a spinning ball. We do not live in space. Earth is not a globe. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
I'll get this jogger on if you go.
Yeah, good luck. Earth is flat, bro. Take a flyer. Earth is flat. Can you prove that you live on a spinning rock? No, you can't. Oh, man, it's cramping. Earth is flat, folks. We've been lied to. Sea is level. Sea is level. Not a spinning rock. Sea is level, brother. Earth is flat.
I wonder if it's the team that.
Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Take a flyer. Oh, this looks like very much of the system. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. I've been lied to about where you live and who you are. Oh look, the sun is being hidden by that one tiny little cloud. I thought the rays were coming in from an 800,000 mile wide surface parallel. Sun rays do not operate parallel. Crepuscular rays prove that we do not live on a spinning rock. Earth is flat. Yeah, I think the energy that I had in Canterbury was because everybody was confined in that small space coming past me, you know. Here's a bit open and they can dodge around me. And then they're going in all sorts of different directions, you know.
Get a crowd there looking first and that draws in more people, so it's that.
Yes.
You need a kind of.
Yes, like someone said, if I offered $50.
Yeah.
Or David Weiss says a few bitcoins. You could win a Bitcoin if you can prove you live on a spinning rock. There's a Bitcoin, it says someone can prove that we spin on a globe. The globe is a hoax. Earth is flat.
It is a flat.
It's flat, yes.
Flat.
Yes. Way. Earth is not a spinning rock, ladies. Take my flyer. It's only information. It won't bite. It won't hurt. It's just knowledge. We cannot prove we live on a spinning ball. In fact, if we lived on a ball, we should be able to measure that curvature. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Take my flyer, bro. We got information here. It's only information. We have been challenging this for years. This is how water operates. We know that. We know that, but it never does that. Maybe one teardrop, but not over a body of water. Always level.
Why do you think that?
Well, because we test that. And we say water level for the very reason. We build structures, like apparently the pyramids, they use water to level them off. That's 400 meters across the one face of the pyramid. There should be about 2 inches of curvature over that, but there's not.
Yeah.
And the lakes, by the way, when they freeze, they're like mirrors. They are, you can ice skate on them. Lake Bilikal in Russia is 300 miles long and it freezes every year and they ice skate on it. If we lived on a ball, there should be a hump about a quarter mile high in the middle of that lake. Water is level. We're told because the ship's going over the horizon that it's going over the curve. That's just going out of your view. It matters if you've been lied to. Earth is flat, boys.
Let me have a look.
All right. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, ladies. We've been lied to about who we are, where we live. Earth is flat. The moon landing was a hoax. International Space Station is fake. It's done in a swimming pool. I'll take that as a compliment coming from you, young man. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock.
He's on his way back to his Dungeons and Dragons session.
His fetish. He's like, you're fucked.
Very well.
Earth is flat, ma'am. Some information. It won't bite. It's only paper.
He was a Harry Potter lookalike.
Yeah. Maybe he needs to smoke a bit more Harry Pot.
Yeah.
Although actually it doesn't really matter. Hey, even pot smokers think they live on a globe. Many do. Ma'am, the Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Earth is flat, sir. Earth is flat, not a ball. Heliocentrism is a deception. NASA is fake. NASA fakes. NASA is Disney for adults. NASA is Disney for adults. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. We've been lied to about who we are. Hey, young lady. I hope your leg gets better soon.
And then you bounce on the thing.
Earth is flat. You can bounce as much as you like. Earth is flat. You cannot live on the side of a ball. Water must be contained. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, gentlemen, not a spinning rock. Earth is flat, sir. Some info. Yes, the Earth is flat. Your Coke can, when it equalized, when you open it, was the law of thermodynamics. We must be inside a container. To have pressure, you must be in a container.
Hello.
Hi.
You filming?
Yeah.
That's fun.
Are you, you know that the Earth is not a spinning rock, or have you just come across this information?
I don't know anything.
Yeah?
I think there is no such thing as an objective truth.
Probably. Oh, okay.
But
So have you ever...
I would also say I am leaning more towards the Earth being round.
Okay. Round as a plate, a frisbee, or a sphere?
What is an ablated spheroid,
Okay.
I believe is the mathematical term.
Okay. Have you ever boiled water?
I have boiled water.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you find that when it gets to boiling temperature, which is around 100 degrees centigrade, does it turn to steam?
Does it turn to steam?
True
Yes,
or false?
probably.
True or
I've
false?
never measured it.
Yeah, I know. Well, actually, I have, and it turns out that when you're at higher altitude, it doesn't take as much pressure, the temperature to get it to boil. But the fact is that we can objectively test that water will boil at about 100 degrees centigrade and turn to steam.
Yes.
And then at about 0, it'll turn to ice. Guess what? It'll freeze.
Yes.
That's objectively true. So when you say that there's nothing that can be proven to be true, I would contend that, and just giving you 2 examples. So when we say that the sea is level, but people say, no, it could be curving, I say, well, let's try and measure that. And we've gone out to try and measure that over whatever distances we can see, and we find that actually it is level. as far as we can test. And so we say, why, if I've got a swimming pool that's 50 meters long and I can prove that's level, and a 500-meter lake and I can prove that's level, and a 5-kilometer lake and prove that's level, why would we then say, oh, but after 50 miles or 150 miles it's going to start bending?
Well, I think that, like...
But for indoctrination. But for indoctrination.
But for indoctrination, yeah, of course.
We're told that.
You know, we're told that. But you're telling me
that I can test that, yes, and I would offer you.
But also, someone would argue that they can test the converse.
Could they?
Yes.
Well, I've been debating this flat Earth for 8 years now. Yeah. And I've never seen any evidence that this hypothesis or this fact could be challenged. There's a lake in Russia called Optical. It's famous for freezing over every year, and they turn it into an ice rink. Now, this lake is 300 miles long, and if it was 300 miles on a curved ball surface, then we would be able to measure and see that skaters are going uphill and then down the other side. That's not how it is. It's level from place to place. There's a salt pan in South America that when it rains is like the world's biggest mirror. And it's just for thousands of square kilometers, level and flat. But if a friend had to walk away into the distance, they would appear to go over the curve.
Yes.
But that's simply perspective, an angle of resolution.
I mean, I'm not going to be able to convince you. Otherwise, nor would I even try.
No, well, I used to believe it like you. Yes. I used to be in the religion like you. But I now know that everything that's in this world is topsy-turvy, upside down, and designed to demean the Creator. Because I think there is a Creator, and the Creator resides in each of us. Each one of us. So I think that religion is given to us to demean that, and science is the new religion. It's gravity and relativity. Relativity is a theory, you know that.
Yeah.
You know, and it puts everybody on the top of a supposed ball.
Yeah.
And that ships are all going down from everybody.
Yes.
But in reality, if I said that I'm going to create a massive ball as big as one I could make, and I was going to put myself on the top of it, and my ship was going to physically sail over the edge of a physical curve, then when I got to my destination point, I would have to turn back and go back up.
Okay.
But that's not what everybody would say, is that when you get to a destination point, the ship's going to leave looking like it's going back down again.
Yes. I would like to ask, you see the horizon?
Yes.
As it goes from one point to the pier, would you argue that is a straight line or a curved line?
Curved.
A curved line. So how would flat Earth theory explain that?
Well, it's curved as in, it's like a circle of vision, you see?
Okay.
So your eyesight is looking into 10 miles, 5 miles of distance, right?
Yeah.
And that's true for every angle that you look in. And that's 180-degree arc or 90-degree arc that you just described. Is looking at the same distance. So you are inscribing a circle when you look around yourself.
Okay.
So a circle isn't a globe, and a circle is just your line of sight. Now, when the ship goes over the horizon at 3 or 4 miles, which is what they'll tell you on Google, we can take a powerful zoom telescope or camera and bring that ship back into view as it sails away for another hour. And then this idea that it's curving, we always talk about it curving that way, down like that. But we never see, if we see a ship, let's say it's 4 or 5 miles out, and we can just about see it. You could watch it for an hour, sailing straight across in a line across your horizon on the x-axis. So it kind of debunks that. And then once you go into that top viewing tower that they've got here in Brighton, if you go into somewhere higher, high building or whatever, you'll see that ship that had gone over the horizon, you'll see it again. But if there was a physical horizon, you should not be able to see it again.
But you're making these claims, and I have no way to verify these claims at this instant in time.
Which claim? No, well, okay. So you need to test it for yourself. Because good science is repeatable and testable. So you need to be able to test this for yourself.
Yes.
So I can't impart or enforce that you take what I've seen. But I can assure you that I have seen ships and things off at the distance that are far further away, and nobody knows the formula for curvature. You know, if you live on a globe that's a ball, that ball has to have a sphericity, a measurable bend to it. And that measurable bend is given to us by mainstream as Pythagorean trigonometry. And it says 8 inches per mile squared, which means that as the miles rack up, the amount of curvature is meant to be increasing. I don't necessarily agree with that. But even if you apply it over 10 miles, you're talking about 800 inches of curvature. And that 800 inches of curvature is not measurable. It might seem on a cloudy day that the ship goes away quicker, and on a clear day, the ship goes away longer, further away, because obviously there is occlusion by the atmospheric condition. And as we know, even the train on a super flat piece of track looks smaller off in the distance, and then as it approaches, it gets larger. And that's how things operate off into the distance, right? So the ship is immediately, as it's going away, is reducing in size all the time. And because we're so low to the image, to the sea level, we seem to lose the bottom first. If you put your head on the floor now and watch people walk up this straight promenade up here, you would find that you lose their feet first, then their knees and hips and so on, until eventually the head is the last to go, which is why they put the crow's nest at the top of the ship, because that highest point is going to see furthest. But it's got nothing to do with being able to see over a curvature. It's just simply perspective and your angle of resolution. And the mountain climbing, if you've ever gone up high, you would say, wow, I can see, on a clear day, I can see 50 miles from up high. So that's really about angle of resolution. The higher you go, if you, like I've done this before, where you've been at a harbour holiday, say in the Mediterranean, and you can be at the beach there and watching the ships go away, and then go home to the hotel and pack, go to the airport and get up to 40,000 feet, and now you can see that same ship again, and it looks like it's on a lake, on a mirror, and I can see 50 ships in my mind. I've done this before. I've got 50 ships all off in the distance. There's a friend of mine actually, he's a commercial airline pilot. He's known this for 8 years, and he says we make no allowance for curvature. We do not, the plane does not have to dip, go down, come back up or anything. Once we get to cruising, we hold that nose ever so slightly up, and unless we're getting out of the way of weather, and it'll just stay on the same altitude.
So the reason we can't see forever towards whatever is in that direction, France maybe?
Yeah.
The reason we can't see that is a problem of resolution. Atmosphere.
I mean, atmosphere is going to be a thing, because we know, like I was just saying to someone else, you know how your beer glass, if you put a cold beer into a glass on a warm day, immediately you'll start to get moisture coming out of the atmosphere, right?
We know that the horizon changes depending on temperature.
Yes.
So when we get that exact temperature, when the temperature of the air is exactly the same temperature as the water, we get to see much further. Okay. Much further. And that's where anomalies happen.
Yeah. And
that we can then say we can actually see the video of the sun that is travelling further away from us, and it gets smaller because we can see the sun actually getting smaller as it goes away. But we don't see that here because the temperature is wrong to actually get that visual effect.
Yeah.
There is a phenomenon when the sun dips below the horizon, and it appears to float above the surface.
You're witnessing the vanishing point.
Okay.
And the sun going through the vanishing point, but it's not almost through the vanishing point, so therefore the vanishing point reveals itself, and you see the reflection of the sun on. So when we're at the sea and we see the reflection of the sun coming to our feet, it only comes to our feet.
Yeah.
And not only that, it's meant to have bent, because it's meant to be a long way away, it's meant to have bent around this sort of water and follow the water's curving surface, which it wouldn't do. If the water was curving, then it would stop part way. We wouldn't actually get it coming to our feet unless the water was level. On a clear day in a desert, in a dry place, you can see much further. And the world record photo over sea is where is it Finistrel Mountains in France. They can take a picture when the sun sets 2 days of the year. It sets behind this mountain, and the world record photo is 250 miles, 200 something miles.
It's 360 kilometers.
There you go. Over distance, that all you're seeing is water and then the mountain. And there's a guy in America who took a infrared camera in a plane, to be fair, but he was able to see from California into Mexico, and it's proven that that's the land masses he's able to see. But by using infrared, it cuts out all the cloud and the atmosphere and so on, so you're able to get much greater range. And famously, you can see from France on a clear day, you can see the White Cliffs of Dover. That's a well-known little tidbit, is that people say we can see the White Cliffs of Dover from France.
Would be obscured by hundreds of feet of
curvature. And they're only 300 feet tall.
What did you say?
The White Cliffs of Dover.
From Calais.
From Calais. And it's 20 miles. It's not the widest part. Obviously, it's quite a narrow point. But the point is that we can see those things over distances that belie the formula 8 inches per mile squared of curvature. And Einstein's on record saying that we won't be able to find an experiment, an optical experiment on Earth that will prove that we are spinning. And of course your senses, when you were 5 years old, 6 years old, they said, oh, your senses are lying to you. we are spinning. You just can't feel it. And now everybody just says we are spinning. And they disregard their senses saying you're not moving.
How do seasons play into all of this?
Well, on the flat Earth, you've got to remember that we're not talking about the same model to a large extent. We're talking about a small sun and moon, like this lady's yin and yang shirt. See how the sun and the moon are small points, and they're traveling over our head each day. And just like, with the old LP, well, when you started on the first track of a record with the old LP, that would be your southern hemisphere's summer. And as it moved into the last track at the center, that would be your northern hemisphere summer.
Every day when the sun goes around, it slowly gets
closer
tighter
and tighter.
And then that creates the heat and the summer close to the equator, and then the Capricorn
goes up
and
for
then,
winter, yeah.
And then it comes back out again, and we have our winter because the sun is further away from us. Therefore,
so
it's
when
lower.
you say equator, that confuses me because the equator is
the central.
Yeah,
we still have an equator.
still have an equator.
So, but you're describing the equator as the center?
No,
but that's the center line of the sun's track, right?
So the
Between Cancer and
equator
Capricorn.
is.
Well, let's just say let's show you this picture, if you know. Earth is flat.
So it's very faint, but there is the equator line.
Right.
That would be the equator, and that's the hottest place on Earth.
And
Yes.
then
And then obviously the northern, so you just start
the
in
sun.
and it would traverse going in for our winter, and Australia's
3 months on the way in, 3 months back on the way out to the equator.
our summer, and then as it comes out, we get our winter because it's further away from us, being lower on the horizon.
So it's very doable. And by the way, all the ancient cosmologies based themselves on a similar model to this. The United Nations logo is the same as this. Old flight maps. This is an old age map of the world flights. They based them on this map. They did them on this idea. And actually, when you look at flights, certain flights, for example, from Cape Town from Johannesburg to London is an 11-hour flight. And then the Johannesburg to South America is a 15-hour flight. But if you take a piece of string over a globe, you'll find that the distance is apparently much shorter on the 15-hour flight than it is on the 11-hour flight. Makes no sense. There's so many things. A guy's done a book on emergency landings where he's gone into all the information on that. And you look at those flights on the globe where they had to touch the plane down because someone died or gave birth or something. And they're nowhere near the flight path that they should be on a globe. It makes no sense.
A direct line.
A direct line on a flat Earth.
I would like to come back to.
Hi guys.
Hello.
Still laughing. I know you've been told that you live on a globe, but we can't prove it. Only NASA and the TV will prove it to you, and a belief in gravity. But we say that gravity is buoyancy and density, and that the Earth is not moving, and the water is level, the sea is level.
I'm confused because why is that a big deal? Like, if it is.
If you've been lied to,
Yeah.
would it matter if your boyfriend's lying to you?
Oh, that's not my boyfriend.
Okay, but would it matter?
Oh, we do.
Would it matter if your parents lied to you? No.
Like, I just think.
But I'll tell you why I think it matters, because I know that it's hard to kind of because people ask me that question before. Okay, are we sure we're being lied to? Yes, I'm sure we're being lied to. Why? I'm not the one doing it, but I can give you some answers that I think it is. That is that you are the center of creation. That whatever the God is, whatever the creator is, that creator resides in you. And religions and governments of the world have conspired along the way to demean us so that we would be good prisoners, that we would be good slaves, that we would be willing to go along with whatever the cultural expectations were loaded on us. But I think that each of us is equal. Like each of us is the equivalent of a monarch. We are each of us sovereign beings. And that's stolen from us when we believe in monkeys became animals. Africans cannot give birth to white children. That's just the way it is. We do not evolve out of Africa, and monkeys do not come from fish. You were created
you're saying
perfect.
You don't believe in evolution?
No, I don't need belief anymore. I'm not in a religious system.
Oh, right.
That's for religions. Belief is for religions. What can you test? Now, we can't test that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour. And if we were, we should be able to have an experiment by today that could prove that. But in the 1800s, the best science minds in France and England called, they did an experiment with the interferometer. And then later, other scientists have done things like what's called the Airy's failure. And now Airy was the Queen's astronomer, George Airy. And in 1856, I think it was, he devised an experiment that would prove whether it was the Earth that's moving or the stars that are moving. And it was called a failure because it couldn't prove the stars were moving. So the Earth was moving, that it seems like the stars are actually indeed moving as you observe. So we think that we live inside an enclosure. You know, in nature, everything in nature has a skin. A bark, a peel, a shell, everything, except this globe Earth. Now, in thermodynamics, we know that if we break the containment on a pressure system, there is equalization from low to high or high to low. That's how it works. If you open a deodorant can, immediate equalization. But they say that just gas, ozone, or something, or gravity, is holding our gases from going into this vacuum of space. There's no fixed barrier between that vacuum. Now, you cannot buy a can of deodorant without the can. It must be pressurized inside that can, and you must contain it, otherwise it will leak out or it will immediately go out. So we say that just in thermodynamics there's enough to question whether or not it's possible that we could live outside of the skin of the fruit, outside of the skin or the bark of the tree. Then when you look at what NASA have been up to, and I used to believe in the moon landings up until 8-9 years ago, I believed in all of that. Turns out that they've never put a man in a spacesuit into a vacuum chamber. Now, if you were going into a minus 27 torr vacuum, and NASA can only put a minus 6 torr vacuum chamber together because of the engineering of it, you would surely want to test it in that vacuum chamber before you took it into space. The suit in space is identical to the suit they use in a swimming pool in Texas, where they do their training, that they call training for the International Space Station. So what if they're using the same spacesuit? Because by the way, as you go diving, the pressure is pushing in on you. When you go into a vacuum, the pressure is pulling out on you. But the suit looks exactly the same in both environments. So what if they're using a blue screen technology to fake, like they did with Sandra Bullock, fake that they're being in space? Guys have shown bubbles rising out of their helmets while on a spacewalk. In 2015, the BBC announced that an astronaut nearly died on a spacewalk with his helmet filled with water. They blame it on a cooling system failure, but could it be a leak in his suit, let the water in? Because we know what happens is that if you put a bucket underwater, you get all the air compressing to the top of your helmet, or the top of the bucket, and then the water can only go so far. And that's why he didn't die. But since then, they've all had to use a snorkel when they do a spacewalk. It begs the question. Is it possible they're doing it in space? Is it possible that when Tim Peake did his flip in space, I watched this personally, I put it on a big screen TV, is it possible he was doing it with circus harnesses to mimic being in space? Is it possible they were using blue screen technology? The old President George Bush went to visit NASA one day, and the footage of Tim Peake standing in front of a chroma key screen pretending to be doing space stuff, that leaked out. There's a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, in which footage of them is shown from NASA, showing them faking being partway between the Earth and the Moon. Now, it turns out that the lunar lander, which worked perfectly 6 times when they went to the Moon, never worked on Earth. There's no footage of the ISS being built on Earth. There's no footage of the lunar lander being shown to work. So then you go to Grand Canyon. Imagine you go to Grand Canyon, visit Grand Canyon, your family come back and say, show us some pictures. Oh, I forgot to take a picture. Well, guess what? For 5 moon landings, they forgot to take a picture of the Earth from the moon. That's a bit of a red flag, isn't it? And then on the 6th and final mission, they take a photo of what they call Earthrise, and Photoshop experts today have ripped that apart and said that's not real. You can see the black borders of the box where they inserted the Earth into that shot. Stanley Kubrick was involved in this photograph with the CIA, with NASA officials at around the same time as they were faking the moon landings. He was the best cinematographer of the day, and he used high-tech stuff to fake being on the surface of the moon. There's loads of stuff on that. The guy who was the father of the rocket program, he came to America under Project Paperclip, Werner von Braun. He put on his tombstone one verse, and I put this on my banner there, which is Psalms 19:1. That's all he put there, and it says, "The heavens showed the glory of God, and the firmament his handiwork," something along those lines. So we say we're inside of a roof and we can't get out. We're inside of a system that we can't get out. And it's a grand deception. Why? Because they don't want you to know who you are and what you are. And you don't want to go through your whole life knowing that. It took me until the age of 47. I was an atheist, and then I realized, oh my gosh, this place has been created. But I had to learn that I've been lied to in a whole lot of other ways. About a whole lot of things. How the Vietnam War was started, how World War II was started, who these people are, what the Vatican's role is in funding these things. You know, the Vatican gave us the Big Bang. It was a Catholic priest who comes up with Big Bang theory. And that the guy who gives us evolution, well, he was being funded by the government as well. And then the first globe...
The first dinosaur hunter, he was actually a Jesuit priest as well.
Yeah, so there's definitely fiddling from the Vatican in all of our science. The first globe comes out of the Vatican's own kind of stable, if you like. And that's only 500 years ago. The first, apparently, the earliest globe is 500 years old. And then anyone you ask to say, is this an exact replica of what the Earth is? They'll say, no, there is no one globe that is right. There's no map of the Earth that is proven to be the correct map, even in this day and age when we've got so-called satellites that can map this stuff perfectly.
Pictures of what they supposedly are when they emit it.
So in fact, most of what NASA gives us is CGI. I've seen the rockets. I grew up on the space shuttle program, and I really believed in all of that stuff. I've seen the rockets go up, and I've even been to one of the space centers in America. You know, I believed in all that stuff. But now it's easy to rip it apart. It's almost like I'm a magician saying, hey, listen, they're not cutting that lady in half. This is how they're doing it. But you're still going, no, I still think they're cutting her in half. But I'm saying there are ways of seeing that it's actually just a circus trick. All of it. Designed to control your mind. Because I think God is in each of us. Take my flyer. It won't burn. It won't burn.
Thank you.
Have a good life. Earth is flat.
Lovely South African lady that's going to come back and speak to you in a second.
Okay.
She's on level with all this.
Oh, really?
She just had to go and see her son that's just booked in at the hotel. So
oh, awesome.
She said she'll be about 10, 15 minutes.
Okay, cool. Well, the air's getting a bit cooler, but I'm cool to stay for a while.
I've done all them flyers.
Oh, I've got more.
I've got five more minutes and then I've got to shoot.
You've got to shoot.
Yeah.
All right, well, do your best, mate. Squirrel Sniper in the house. So, thanks for stopping by. But having someone to tag team with, it does help, you know, when you're only the lone kind of nutter, as they like to call you, you know, but when there's two or three, when two or three are gathered, was it two or more?
Two or more. It's always two or more.
Yo, how are you doing?
I'm on television.
You're on, yeah, well, YouTube.
YouTube.
Check out my channel, it's on there.
Oh, Daddy.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a ball. Earth is flat. JAXA is a hoax. JAXA is a lie. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a ball. Earth is flat. Hello, is anyone home? Amen. Earth is flat. God is inside you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Earth is flat, not a globe. Earth is flat. No, he's not wearing clothes. He's got to wear clothes. Ladies, Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. We've been lied to about everything, including this. You look fine, but you should know this trick. Earth is flat. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Some information. Free your mind. Don't be a slave. Slave of the system. Yeah, so I'll definitely be back in your town, and I happily go to a different venue. If you said, oh, this is also, you know, got good traffic, good spot, I would go there. I don't need it to be this place. Earth is flat.
The lady said that there was something in Hastings this weekend, and there's a big kind of
some info, bro.
Gathering of likely minds.
Oh, really? See how likely they are.
Non-vax kind of thing, and
a lot of them
anti-government.
Yeah. Well, it might be worth. Yeah.
Hastings. So have a word with her when she comes back.
All right.
I wasn't sure exactly where it was.
Okay. Earth is flat, gentlemen. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Take some information for your mind. Earth is flat. Not a spinning ball. Yeah, take some info. Take some info. Free your mind. So that guy, I mean girl, I'm not sure what I'm allowed to say. Well, I think that person would, Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. You've been lied to about who you are and where you are. Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is flat, gents, not a spinning rock.
Who knows?
Do you trust your indoctrination? Take a flyer.
Go on, have a little read.
Yeah. Check it out. Earth is flat.
Yes.
You know?
I know it's flat, yeah.
All right. You can take my flyer as well, man.
If you do.
Yeah.
I also am a big fan of Isaac Newton.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah?
Well, Newton, he got hit by the apple on the head, right? Is that the Newton you're talking
More
about?
that he invented calculus, but that's more what I see it for.
Because he's also famous for the gravity thing.
Yeah.
that's
Newtonian
not
gravity.
a true story.
Newtonian gravity. But you know why they teach you when you're a kid?
Yeah.
That the apple fell on his head.
Yeah.
Because no one's going to ask teacher who lifted the apple up.
What do you mean he lifted the apple up?
You need me to work it out for you?
No, I don't get it.
So the tree,
apple was ready to fall.
you see the tree, that's right, but the tree had to draw water drop by drop out of the ground.
Yeah.
And so little bit by little bit, that apple got potential energy.
Yeah.
You see, so eventually that potential energy, the apple's too heavy for the stick and it dries out and it falls to the floor. No problem at all, yeah?
Okay.
So that's what's happening, is that when you lift something up off its natural buoyancy point or its lowest point, you are imparting energy to it. The higher you lift it, the more energy. Simple.
So you're saying it wasn't gravity?
No. It's just,
what is gravity?
Yeah,
Do you
what
believe
is
in it?
gravity? Yeah. So because we say it's buoyant, it's either buoyant depending on its density in the medium, right? So the apple's not going to fall through the water, you know that. It's going to float on the water because the water is more dense than the apple. So it's going to float on that, but it's going to fall through the air because the air is less dense.
Why does ice float on water?
Ice.
Yeah.
Because it's less dense.
Ah. Okay, they do know science.
So it's less dense, and that's all it is. It's got nothing to do with gravity. But you know
But it
that
doesn't
if
exist though, gravity.
No.
Which is
Well,
pseudoscience.
yeah, no, yeah. We don't need it. We don't
We're
need it. We
using density. It's through a medium, and it's the
like the helium balloon, no problem. The helium balloon
immediate-
doesn't think about gravity at all. Up it goes, and then we're told no, but eventually gravity will remember helium, and then it'll hold on to it at 2,000, 2 kilometers or 100 kilometers, whatever.
Okay, can I just ask, why is it so important that everyone knows that Earth is flat?
Well, no, it's not that they know that the Earth is flat. They know that they've been lied to.
Why have they been lied to?
No, if you know
their
that.
critical thinking.
Yeah,
This is all your stuff.
Yes.
So you can think about what you've been taught.
Same question my man's asking you, really.
So why would they lie to us? Why would
they lie to us?
And who's they?
I've got a few answers. Okay,
the Illuminati.
All roads lead to Rome. So the Vatican might be the head of the snake. In my view, it might be the head of the snake.
Why?
And
the
why?
The ancient Greeks thought the round Earth.
No, they didn't.
No one's believed in a flat Earth since like pre-civilization.
No, that's not true. The Greeks, the Egyptians, they all said the Earth is flat.
Give me a fulcrum and I'll move the Earth. They weren't talking about flat.
Okay, so let me answer your question, which is a good question, which is that why did they lie? Why would they lie? We say that it's possible that there's much more land that's been hidden from us. That's one answer.
Okay.
The other answer is that you could be easily enslaved if you lived on a prison planet versus a plane that was created. Because if this place was created, by the way, a globe is not created by God. There's no God in the globe. There's
enough laser. If it's flat, you can just point a laser.
Yeah, we've done that.
And I look forward to seeing the results.
50 miles, I think, is the record so far.
No, you should be able to do it across the entire. You can shoot lasers to the moon.
No, because you believe that.
Oh, you don't believe in the moon?
No. No, I think the moon is
I'm afraid, my brother, you are lost. Really, you are lost. Really.
The moon is a light.
Yeah.
That you can land on it. No, I'm afraid not.
What is the moon? Sorry.
A light.
A light.
A light. You know, if you've ever read the Bible or the Quran says the sun and the moon are small lights that travel over the earth. The Bible, I'm just using a point of reference, is that the Bible says that the moon and sun are both lights.
Yeah.
Small lights, one for the day and one for the night. Okay. So that's what these say. Now, what you see before you go to school If you found someone who was in the Amazon jungle and they've never heard of school, they would say it's a light, a small light in the sky, and they're independent lights and they do their own thing. You say, no, it's a rock and it's floating in the sky.
But do you think they're critical thinkers, the people in the jungle?
Or do you think it's possible that critical thinking can be altered by indoctrination?
I feel like critical thinking is critical thinking. If you deploy the Socratic method, keep asking questions and you're objective and empirical in your research, then it's critical thinking. You can't really alter it.
Okay, so but why doesn't anybody know the formula for curvature over water on a globe the size that it is?
I don't know what that is.
Yeah, that's the question.
What is it?
No idea.
No idea.
No idea. Ask me 4 years ago, I could have told you.
The curvature over
You wouldn't have been
water.
able to tell me. You know why? Because no one's taught this formula.
Oh, okay.
If you were taught the formula and then you had the smarts to go out and measure that, you'd
Science
find
gives
that it's
us
not there.
to the mile how big Earth is. Therefore, using mathematics, we will be able to have a formula, a workable formula that every single person could measure and
Verify. Yeah, you should be able to verify from an island. They say the ship is going over the curvature just from 4 miles away. Yeah, so it should only be 4 miles, and I should be able to measure 20 meters, 30 meters of curve for a whole ship to be hidden behind it. Well, we can't. And not only that, we can take a powerful camera and bring that same ship that we lost over the curvature, we can bring it right back into view.
A
for another
submarine
hour.
will
Where did
swim
you
at
get your
0
info from?
degrees.
What made you become a flat earther?
Well, okay, so for me, I found out that 9/11 wasn't what I was told on the TV.
Okay, what is it actually?
Well, it was an inside job.
Why?
Why?
Yeah.
Building 7. That was the thing for me.
Okay, how did that lead to this?
Building 7. Well, because it started me going, whoa, hold on, nothing, you know, that was my big thing. And then I did DMT, ayahuasca in 2015. And so when I did that, I was like, oh my gosh, nothing. Firstly, it's true there's a God, because I was atheist at that point. And I was true there's a God because I had this higher experience, right? And then I was like, okay, I'm going to look at this flat earth stuff because I'd poo-pooed it. Even though as a kid, I'd seen it in the Bible. I was like, your Bible is a flat earth book, by the way. So it doesn't speak to this heliocentric bullshit, which is all about sun worship. So then I went and looked at this, and then I was like, I like maths, and I found that the curvature formula. There's Mario. Flat, Mario! Let's go!
Okay,
let's go! At this flat!
Thank you very much for this
flat.
chat.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Shake my hand,
Appreciate
brother. Because you know what I know? We are all one. We have the same source. We have the same creator. Skin color, nationality, all bullshit. We have the same. We come from the same source, and we come from a loving source. And that people will go to war with each other because they believe they're separate. And that's one of the great things about this evolution. We came from monkeys. I like to tell people that 2 black people in Africa will never have a white child. Never have a white child. Can you imagine if you lived in a village and all of a sudden this blonde child with blue eyes came out of that village in Africa? No. Someone visited away, because it's not possible for 2 black people to have a white person. That's just the way it is.
Okay.
And God loves all the colored roses. There's nothing wrong with any color.
Our conversation was about flat Earth, not race. But yes.
No, but it's all part of the same game to keep us at war. Sometimes you just catch that trigger point. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. You've got to go, brother. You're up top in the pod.
Yeah.
So, not that I want you to go, but you.
I'll get rid of one
hang
more.
on. You want to give out a few to a friend?
Yeah, I'll give a few on
or
mine.
something?
I'll give you a little.
Thanks, Nathan. Yeah, ask me about that. That's Squirrel Sniper going out of shot. Till next time, brother. Flat thumbs. That's Squirrel Sniper. So, Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. We've been lied to about who we are, where we are. Earth is not a spinning rock. We do not evolve from apes. Apes do not evolve from fish. That's a lie. You cannot live on the outside of a ball.
What difference does it make?
Oh, well, it doesn't matter to you, sir. It probably doesn't matter.
One way or another. Yeah.
You don't mind being lied to? Okay. On your way. Earth is flat, friends. We've been lied to about who we are and where we are. We can prove that the Earth is flat because the water is not bending. Sea level.
Nah, mate.
Sea level, bro.
I believe most things are not
Sea level.
Nah, mate.
You don't have to believe it.
No,
You can leave the religion. Leave the belief systems. Leave the Vatican's belief
Ask you a
system.
question. How long have you believed that's... So you don't believe it's a sphere?
Yeah.
What's your belief?
Well, I think that we're inside a sphere.
Okay.
So I think we're on a plane within a sphere. Like the ancient cultures used to say, is that there's a roof over us, nut, and we are inside of that. We are alive inside of that. In nature, brother, can you name a single fruit that has no skin? No, you can't. Why? Because the fruit must keep itself inside of a skin, contained, inside the nut, in the shell, the bark, in order to protect it from the environment. Well, we cannot have a vacuum next to us and have no skin.
Yeah, no one's saying we've got an atmosphere.
Atmosphere is not a skin, brother. That's just atmosphere. Your body's full of atmosphere. It must be contained. Your coconut pressure. If you tear the skin off the orange, it will dry and die very quickly. Everything must be contained within a skin. That's nature, brother.
Belief.
Trust me, I was 47 years on the globe.
Respect for what you believe in.
Thanks, man. Water's level, though. That's a fact.
Yeah, it's level.
Water's level.
Has to be.
From here to France.
It finds its own level, doesn't it?
Always finds its own level, exactly. So when you go from east coast to west coast of England, you go up 300 meters to the Mendips and you go down to the other side.
It's always the same level.
Same level, see? Whether it be Africa, America, same level. No, the water's level. Of course, we're on topography. You know, Everest is 7,000 meters above which sea level? The same sea level.
I'll see you again. We'll have a chat.
Take my flyer. Good luck. Hey guys, I got some flyers for you. As a youngster, sir, I see you wearing the Christian cross. As a youngster, I read the Bible and said to my preachers, you know, the Bible says the earth is not moving. How does that work when science says it's moving?
I don't know any preachers that said the earth's not moving.
No, the Bible says the earth is not moving. No preachers do. Preachers are indoctrinated. Let me tell you that the Genesis says that the earth was set upon pillars and unmoving.
Not the one I read, it isn't. Not the Genesis I read.
No? What about the creation story? Which day does the moon come? The sun and moon? Day 4.
I can't remember.
Mainstream science says the sun comes before the earth.
I believe the creation was created in 7 days, literally.
Okay.
I believe it literally.
So you don't believe evolution?
Well, you look sane, but you're not coming out with sane stuff.
Well, you believe evolution, yes or no?
Evolution, sort of, but not in the way that you probably think it is.
I don't think evolution is true. I think that we are created by the Creator. I think that God created us perfect as we are. He didn't wait for monkeys to evolve.
So
He didn't wait for dinosaurs to go away.
What you're actually promoting is a church? Or?
No. Church is mind control. So is science. So is the science
but what are you actually doing then?
Well, I'm just trying to wake people up to the fact that they've been deceived and that the Creator is within us. That we are all the emanation of God. We are that, but that this place was created for you to be the master of, not to be a servant within, subject to taxpayer and down on your bended knee and saying thank you to Klaus Schwab for protecting you from.
What do you think of the what do you think of the privatised companies like the water companies that have polluted the sea here?
Yes.
What do you think of them?
No, I think
the sea is now causing people to be ill here and killing them.
Is that happening here as well?
Apparently, it's in the newspaper in my bag.
Oh right, I tend not to watch the papers and TVs anymore, but I think that just like your body is the temple of God, the macrocosm is the greater temple of God. So we should honour it. We should take care of it. That's that I would say. Both your own temple and the macrocosm. So I'm not for corporations. See
the water company, it's the same all over the UK, but the water company here, Southern Water, I'm a tourist myself from up north, but they've said that they're going to fix the problem, but they're going to put the bills up to do it when they are charging they're making multi-millions, billions. The customers' bills will go up to fix the problem.
Yeah. Well, you know what corporation broken down is corpse oration, the speaking dead, and the Bible warns us about serving the dead. And I say to people, you can only serve one master. Is it God, the living God, or is it that you're serving a corporation? Now, of course, the water on earth is God's water. We were all meant to be inheritors of that water. Now, as you say, we pay arm and a leg to have dirty water pumped into our homes, fluoridated water pumped into our homes.
Exactly, yeah.
And so, you know, we're sort of, we're wearing the mark of the beast.
Fluoride is poison.
Yes.
And I drink it all the time. You know what I mean? I can get rid of the chlorine by letting it come out of a container. You just leave it, and apparently, I don't know.
Off gases.
It goes, doesn't it? How long does it take?
I don't know. I distill my water. My drinking water, I distill it.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't know how you do that.
Well, you buy a 150 pound countertop distiller, and it'll do 4 litres at a time. I do it once or twice a day, depending on how much my family is drinking.
You can buy a water, you know, like you can buy a water. What's the word?
Purifier. Or
you know,
filter.
You filter. You can use it, but you can get them quite cheap, but they don't get rid of the fluoride. But you can buy one that gets rid of fluoride, can't you?
I think there's like a bamboo style one that's meant to be quite good. But
the thing is, I get rainwater in my garden.
That's the best one.
But it could be dodgy because you've got birds crapping in the gutters all the time and all that. Is that safe?
Yeah, but I'd have to boil that water.
If I boiled it, would that be safe?
Yeah. Rainwater is the best water.
Rainwater.
But distillation is the same process. You're using the hydrology process of boiling it, steaming it, pulling that steam off, and everything that's left behind in the 4 litre thing is just mud. And I promise you, once you start doing it, you'll never go back to it.
What about bottled water? You don't like it because of the plastics in it?
No, not only that, but they actually insert minerals into it.
Do they?
Yeah, the minerals that are in your water are inorganic. The minerals that you're meant to ingest are meant to be organic minerals.
Well, I've heard there's bits of plastic in it.
And the plastic is a bit of a thing.
I normally drink carbonated water. I suppose carbon's bad, is it?
No, because we are carbon.
I normally drink carbonated water for soft drinks.
Okay. Yeah.
Or just on its own. But
even that's made from like water that's not perfectly clean. So I've measured. I have a TDS, a dissolved solids meter. It just runs an electric current through the water, so you can measure how many parts per million are in your water.
But does it matter that much when, in the past, I've been dry over a year now, previous to, from alcohol, and that was a blip that I had at New Year, the one before last. Previous to that, it was 5 or 6 years. Does it really matter when I've wrecked my body with alcohol and smoking?
Well, okay, so you know how we was using the water company of putting shit into the sea here?
Yep.
If you stop putting the shit into the sea, eventually the nature will clean itself.
Oh yeah, I believe that. Yeah.
So your body's the same. You are micro to the macro.
You may not agree with this, but I think one of the major problems, and believe it or not, it's the right wing like Nigel Farage that put this forward as well.
Yeah.
He's a bit of a twat. But the thing is, I do agree with the fact that he thinks countries like the UK are overpopulated. That doesn't help. I mean, let's put it like this: just to be stupid about it, if there was 100 people living in the UK, would there be a problem with the water, with the sea being polluted?
But do you love God?
Try to,
Yeah, because if you love God, then you should not hate on your fellow man. And when we talk about genociding mankind because we're overpopulated, Farage.
Oh, I'm not talking about that.
Well, how else do you? Because the super elite believe the same thing.
You're obviously from New Zealand.
But the
South Africa, is it?
The super elite say the same thing. And so if they're fluoridating and poisoning you through the water, do you think it couldn't be that they may be trying to depopulate?
I don't know about South Africa, but Australia and New Zealand haven't got a problem with overpopulation because they restrict the population.
Do they?
That's all.
How do they restrict? Oh, you mean from immigration or from birth?
From immigration.
You don't have to, because Australia is a bit of a nanny state, so it won't be long before they say, like the Chinese, you're only allowed to have one child. They might do that, but let me tell you
they don't need to, do they?
We worked it out.
It's a vast country.
Well, we worked it out that there's 8 billion people on Earth. There's so much arable Earth that
There's
every
enough to
person
go
on
round.
Earth could have more than 20 acres.
But it's not shared equally, is it?
Exactly. So we're penned into these small cities. No wonder it feels overpopulated. They did an experiment with rats in the 1970s where they put 200 rats into a rat house suitable for 3,000 rats.
They went
and over
insane.
5 or 6 generations, they eventually turned nuts. Crazy. And that's what you see in mankind, is that we have actually lost our way.
Believe it or not, I was in there last night and I got a basement room which is cheap.
Yeah.
And I think I heard rats in the bathroom ceiling. The lights were going on and off.
Right.
The light was going on and off. I think they were nibbling the wires, because it's a very old posh
building. Yeah.
It's a posh hotel, but it's old.
Yeah. Why do you think they built into the ground like that, into the basement? This will blow your mind, but we say that there was a Noah's flood less than 500 years ago, and these buildings were from that time, in the last few hundred years.
Well, I believe it wasn't that long ago, yeah.
And that when you walk around these cities, and I've walked around dozens and dozens of cities now since I discovered this, is that there's so many buildings that are sunk in the mud, that it makes you question that, wow, are we standing on a much higher street level than it was a few hundred years ago?
Well, I found shells in the middle of the UK fairly high up.
Wow.
So
it plays into that mud flood theory that this was once flooded.
Most creationists believe it was a few thousand years ago, not 500.
The Noah flood or
yeah.
No, well, the thing is, the reason why we contend that it couldn't have been that long ago is because so many beautiful old buildings have got basements and sub-basements and so on, and we say they didn't have the technology to dig those.
Yeah, but they know history going back a few thousand years. How can that be?
Well, who writes the history?
Well, that's a point, but...
Who writes the history? And I think that...
Well, that's the point. I mean, because even now they're filling young people with the false history anyway now, so they could have been doing that in the past.
If you go back just 200 years ago, no one was getting an education. So by the time that your great-grandparents went to school for the first time, they were the first people in their families to ever get a history class.
Do you have a meeting or anything?
I don't have a meeting per se, but I do have a website on there.
That's all on there, is it? Yeah.
But
because I was considering I'm supposed to be going back up north, but if I could get a hotel, I was going to stay, and then I'll be here Sunday and go to church.
Oh,
I know there's some good churches in Brighton.
Congratulations, good luck. Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
I know there's some good churches in Brighton.
This is the Hebrew cosmology, by the way.
I don't know where they are.
This is how the Hebrews conceived of the Earth, by the way, and they were taking that from the Bible. But I say it's electromagnetic, and we're inside of. This is our Earth plane in here. This around here. And we're inside of that, and the stars and the moon and the sun, and we're all inside of the system.
Yeah. So how are you making money out of it then?
I get a little bit of support from my YouTube.
You get donations?
Yeah, they send me donations because I used to work for the government, and I stepped away from all of this shit when I realized, wow, we have been lied to, and I need to go out.
That's a good idea because YouTube travellers, that's how they make money. They just get donations.
Yeah, but unfortunately I get shadow banned. They took away my last YouTube channel. It was bigger than this one because they don't like me going around telling people the stuff I do. And I come from a point of love.
Honest to God, it's absolute tripe, mate.
What is?
What you're trying to preach here, mate.
So why do the government want to shut it down if it's just tripe?
Why?
But why? Shut him down.
Why would they want to shut me down?
Oh, why? Because what it's true.
No?
Have you actually been out into space and seen the curvature of the Earth?
Have you?
Or what? I have, yes I have.
You've been to space?
I've been into space, yes.
No way.
No, I don't care what you believe me or not, mate. Why the fuck do you think...
I mean reveal.
Honestly, mate.
I didn't realise that you're saying it's a flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm saying that the Earth is...
It's not flat. Because
no,
it's a flat plane.
Flat. We live on a flat plane. I don't understand that. See?
Yeah, no one's been to outer space, so you're lying to me.
You've not been to outer space. Oh, goodbye,
yeah,
mate.
You've been to outer space. You're a spaceman.
I've been outside the atmosphere of this Earth. That's what I can say.
How high?
To heat about 25,000 fucking kilometres. Of course you can. About 3,000 kilometres up, mate.
You've been
honestly.
3,000 kilometres up?
I have, yes.
What's your name?
Doesn't matter what my name is, mate.
There's only a few 500 people have been claimed to have been that high. So you're one of those.
I'm Australian, mate. I've been there. I worked at fucking Canberra on the space program in Canberra and Queanbeyan where the satellites tracking devices were.
You went up there.
Oh,
did they, mate?
Australia having a low
you can't prove it to me.
I can't prove it, but you can't prove this is true to me.
Water's level. I can prove that.
100%. Of course, water's level. Exactly. It finds its own level.
Water finds its own level. And
correct.
We're on the east coast of this country.
Yeah, but if you go up the tower, you'll see the curvature of the Earth.
Not about that high, but fuck me, mate.
You've got to go higher than that.
Really? If you're talking electromagnetic, then I might have a conversation with you. But if you think the fucking Earth is flat,
not like a pizza, man.
And you're doing this shit,
goodbye, mate. This is disinfo given to you by the government.
In your youth, mate. Honestly, too much acid in your youth.
Ah, thanks very much. Have a nice beer. Nice day.
Mate, I work 9 hours a day in fucking the aerospace industry, and when I fucking chill out, I come down here and have a beer, and you're taking the piss out of me, mate.
Oh, you can take the piss out of me.
South African, mate. Fucking typical South Africans, mate. Let's talk about cricket.
Yeah. It's not rugby, man.
And rugby, that's it. Joburg or fucking, where are you from? There you go, Durban. There you go. Proper hard cunt then. Your family was loads of rich, weren't they?
No.
And they had loads of slaves, didn't they?
Yeah, right. No, I was born in England. by the way.
But your parents weren't. They were fucking obviously from South Africa, mate.
No, they weren't. But just because you went to space doesn't mean you know everything.
Doesn't matter, mate. I know a lot of things about a lot of shit.
Yeah, a lot of shit.
And honestly, mate.
And we live on a globe, and you're walking upside down in Australia. Do you know what the gyroscope is, bro? I've got an Australian pilot friend who flew for Qantas, and he says the gyroscope shows that we're flying flat and level no matter how far we go. And let me tell you, I flew from South Africa recently, and there was no gyroscopic allowance. There was no gyroscopic allowance for curvature. If you think we're flying up the side of the globe, you're fucking drunk, mate.
You ever heard of gravity?
Yeah, I've heard of gravity.
That's what pulls it all in,
the
mate.
theory or theology of gravity, you mean? The religion of
You're
gravity.
telling me if I don't drop something, it doesn't fall to the
How
ground.
did it get up?
Sorry?
Did you pick it up, bro?
Of course I picked it up.
So you gave it a potential
I gave
energy.
it motion.
It's basic schoolboy science.
But it's still, if I drop it...
Schoolboy science.
Mate, if I drop it, it should just stay there, shouldn't it?
Why?
Then?
It's heavier than the environment it's in. But if I took an apple and dropped it on a pool, will it go down, mate?
It's full of air, though, that's why.
Oh, so you mean it's buoyant in the water?
Correct, yeah.
Right, so if I take a helium balloon, is the gravity going to pull it down? Or is it going to go up?
It's lighter than air.
So it's buoyant in that medium.
Atmosphere, that's...
Simple. No gravity required for both of those experiments.
But that doesn't prove the Earth is flat, though.
Doesn't prove the Earth is flat, but it proves that gravity
What do you think
is
of
bunk.
Hillsong?
Hillsong
from Australia.
Mate, one of my guys is fucking programmed. He's got mental issues because he got fucking totally fucked over by Hillsong, mate.
What's that?
It's a church in an Australian church based in London, and they're all over the country. It's Australia's. They're going through a big scandal at the moment.
Oh, right.
The main pastor has been accused of doing certain things, you know.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm not a fan of religion. I'll be honest with you. Religion is.
He was all right, but he probably had a few. I've seen him around today already, and you know, he's looking. He doesn't just want to disagree. I think he could be violent, you know. So
yeah, you know,
I
could tell that.
I see
I
it.
can tell that. All the best, mate. I can tell that. It's on the street. Anyway, London McLovin something goes off. Vikings still hanging in there. Will he come back? We might have pics of him in space. Everything's fake in space. Squirrel Sniper. Thanks for coming down, man. Earth is flat, folks. We've been lied to about where we live. Earth is not a spinning ball. Earth is flat.
Come on, I'm not being lied to.
You know.
Well, by my boyfriend probably, but you know.
What about by the government?
Oh, the government's always lying. The government's always lying, aren't they?
Government's always lying. And they lied about gravity. They lied about who we are, where we are. Cheerio. Have a nice evening. Starting to get a little cool in the air here, and the alcohol is starting to flow. The people, how long have you got? 3 hours 45? I'll go a little longer. Maybe have another conversation or two. Earth is flat, bro. Earth is flat. Have a nice day. Earth is flat.
So technically they are.
It's flat.
Thank you. Give me that. Hey, get out. Give me that.
Yeah, you can have two. You can have one. Earth is flat, bro. You've been lied to. NASA's faking space.
What the hell? We've been
Nice
lied to
reaction.
every day.
We lie to you every day. NASA is faking space. Have a nice day, man. NASA's faking space. They never went to the moon. International Space Station is a psyop in a swimming pool. Earth is flat and the sun's going behind that little cloud over there. Earth is flat. Walking around me, I can tell the body language. Don't give me a flyer, please. I'm scared of you. I'm getting cold. Yeah, I'm starting to shiver a little bit. Earth is flat, folks. Earth is flat. We've been lied to. Earth is flat, ma'am. Not a spinning rock. Earth is flat, guys. We've been lied to about where we live. Have a flyer. Free your mind. Free your mind. Earth is flat. The Hindu cosmology is true. We live inside a system. Some information, young lady. Earth is flat, bro.
No, thanks.
Earth is flat. You know that Indian space
program is a hoax. They cannot go out to outer space. Space is fake. I know it's hard to hear. Space is fake. Earth is flat. Yeah, so Rugby World Cup. Earth is flat. We play on the pitch. We don't play on the ball. Oh, I'm getting cold. How are you guys doing? Hi guys, Earth is flat. Not a spinning rod.
Live stream.
Yeah, live streaming. Earth is flat. Not a spinning
The
rod.
Earth is not flat, or it is flat.
Well, Earth is not flat nor a spinning ball. It
What
is a
shape
flat
is
plane.
Earth? What is it?
What shape is it? I don't know, but the sea is level. There's one sea level on Earth.
What's
Only
that
one sea
mean?
level.
Can I see?
All mountains.
Is it flat? Is it flat? Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, Earth is I think the Earth is...
You're a liar.
What makes you say that?
It's round.
Yeah, I say it's round too, but I think we're inside of it, not on the outside. Nothing lives on the outside of the ball. You can't live on the outside of the ball.
Do you
Name
have,
me one
do you,
fruit.
do you have autism? So if we're on the inside, how do we get there if we're on the inside?
Well, how do you get around Brighton?
By
We walk
walking.
around. Yeah, so
but
we can travel around our
if you're
flat
there
Earth.
and you're on the inside, then you're going to fall and die.
You haven't heard enough information to know.
You're a liar.
Yeah.
This whole stream knows that you're a liar. How many
Yeah,
people?
guys.
How many people
Stream,
are
yeah.
watching? 40? 40? 40. 40.
And the government took away my
The government
took away
watching.
my last YouTube channel. Why? Because they don't like me talking.
I
about
didn't take it away.
No, the government did. Well, they
What, they know that you're like breaking the system? The government knows that you're a waffler.
That's like me
A
saying.
waffler.
He knows.
Why would they care? Why would they care if I was just a waffler?
Because you waffle.
So,
This guy is a waffler.
Do you guys know what the formula is for curvature on your ball?
I don't go to school.
No. If you didn't go to school, you wouldn't believe in the globe.
But that's the outside.
You can't get outside.
Is it
Thermodynamics. Take my flyer. Have a nice day. Can I give you a flyer?
No, thank you.
Okay. Have a
How
nice
are we
day,
on the
fella.
inside if that's up there?
What's up there?
The sky.
The sky's up here, yeah. But
The
it's,
clouds are above.
yeah, not very
So what
high,
happens
though.
when a rocket goes up? Where does it go?
It goes about 30 miles up and then they drop it down into the Bermuda
But how does it
Triangle.
get to the moon then?
It can't. The moon's a light. You can't land on the light.
No, that's the sun. That's the
Both
sun.
of them are lights. Both of them are lights.
No,
One's a
'cause
cold light and one's a hot light.
Where's the
This is
light now?
measurable.
Where's the light now then?
Where's the light now? Behind a cloud. And if it's 800,000 miles
To get
wide,
there, you go past the clouds.
yeah, they say it's 800,000 miles wide, and the sun rays are coming
liar.
parallel.
Why do you think that?
I can't help you, young boy. I can't help you.
Look, so when the rocket goes up, do you suppose it just like hits something and dies? If we're on the inside of it, then bang!
Earth is flat, it's not a spinning ball. Earth is flat, we've been lied to. Take some
You're
information.
such a liar.
All right, son, that's enough. You can go now. Earth is flat, not a spinning ball. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Don't listen to that young. Dave, just slap him twice, then poke him in the eye with a muddy stick.
Do it then, Gala. Do it then, Gala.
I don't do that.
Go on,
I
smack
don't
me,
do
Gala.
that.
Smack
Earth
me,
is flat,
Gala.
brother. We've been lied to by the government. Do you trust the government? Do you trust the government, sir?
Yeah.
You trust the government? Oh, you shouldn't trust the government. We do not evolve from monkeys. Evolution is a lie. No, son, leave my stuff. Leave my stuff. Leave my stuff.
I'm a supporter.
Fuck off.
The earth is flat. I'm a supporter.
Get away.
I'm a supporter. Stop
Get
touching
away.
me. I'm a supporter.
Leave my stuff.
Hey, why are you a dinosaur? Ask that dinosaur to us.
Yeah, this is perfect. Dinosaurs are a hoax. Dinosaurs are fake. Dinosaurs are fake. They're all made up science designed to make you believe in evolution. But good luck and have a good night. Give me a little riff there. Turn it up, Jimmy. Wow, that was awesome. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we are a band on Orthodox.
Oh, okay.
Cheers.
Take my flag.
He's in the earth round.
Okay, well anyway, it's getting that kind of time. I'm getting a bit cold. We're approaching 4 hours. Earth is flat, guys.
How's it going?
Good, how are you? Have a nice day. Earth is flat, not a spinning rock. Little child enjoying my writing here. Yeah, I'm going to wrap it up. Earth is flat, folks, not a spinning rock. Alright, let's call it a day. So much fun. I mean, you know, yeah, sometimes the temptation is great. We've been lied to about where we are. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Earth is flat. Do you know the formula for curvature? I used to believe in the globe until I found the formula for curvature. Once I found that.
How much do you spend on? How much do you spend on the banners?
How much is the formula for curvature?
Why can I only see to there, buddy? Look, I can only see some of the fucking wind farm. I can't see all of it because it slopes, buddy.
How much?
I think.
Do you know your eyes have a limit?
She's a secondary school teacher.
Oh,
and
wow.
yours didn't.
Secondary
Yours didn't
school
pay attention.
indoctrinator, yeah. Gravity is a hoax. It's all buoyancy and density. Do you teach them the formula for curvature? You don't know it, do you? How much is it curving? Science has observation and then measurement. Your hypothesis is a belief. Trust me when I tell you that. I used to be in your religion. Hey guys. Any questions? I used to believe that I could see the curvature. Now I try and measure it. I find it's not there. Do you know what the formula is for curvature on the globe? No? You don't?
No.
You believe you live on a globe?
Yes.
And how fast is it spinning? Okay, so let me tell you, because I didn't know either. It's 1,000 miles an hour. Right now we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour currently. But your senses will tell you that you're not moving. And Einstein will tell you that there will be no experiment that will show that. But are we in an enclosed system like a train or a plane?
Yeah.
We are. So then we're in agreement, because in the flat Earth we have a roof over us. But if you were in a globe that had no roof, then you wouldn't be able to invoke the train or the plane model. Say, I'm not going to feel it, because it's a constant motion and so on. But actually, if we're spinning around in an ellipse, then this rotation that we're doing every day, as well as going in different directions as we go around the sun, we would feel that change in direction. So that's what we say. So Einstein, well, you say that, but because we don't feel any spin, but it's hard to disprove. But Einstein himself said there's no experiment we'll be able to do that prove the Earth is spinning. There is no experiment that proves
we
that
go
it's spinning.
outside the Earth and watch it.
But we can't. You can't. Have you? No, you haven't. I met a man just now, drunk, who said he had, but no.
You don't believe anything unless you've done it?
Well, if you told me and you were my brother and I knew you very well, I might trust you on that. But yeah, in the main, science shouldn't be, you just trust the teacher.
But you don't believe any science?
Oh, I believe in science. Well, no, I don't believe in science. I don't have to believe in science. Science is repeatable, measurable, right? So you have to be able to go and test that thing. If I tell you that boiling water is going to steam at 100 degrees centigrade, could you prove that? Yes, you could.
Yeah.
Could you prove that it's going to freeze at 0? Yes, you could. That's good science, yeah, and that's basic science. But can you prove that?
It's basic. That's the point, isn't it?
That should be that. But once it gets so complicated that you and I can't prove that, we just have to accept it. Such as that gravity, the falling or the attractive force to the center mass, is going to mean that people can walk underneath a globe. That we can't prove. If I have to simply accept that it's not the lights that are moving in the sky above me, just like a plane rising as it's cruising overhead and then settling as it seems as it goes past that way, that's perspective. I see that every day. A plane coming towards me appears to be rising, but it's at cruising altitude.
How about if you go to, what if you go around the
if it was a globe, but once it's flat, and you keep going, and then suddenly on the other side.
Well, no. Think about it like this. Like if you take a 50-meter swimming pool and you put 5 big stones in the swimming pool, those are your continents, and then in the center you put a magnet. Then your ship can go east and west around that magnet all the time, and that's what circumnavigation of the so-called globe is east and west around a magnetic north. That's all we do, but we've never actually gone underneath this so-called globe. So if we did...
Can you not go... Yeah,
because then nothing's 3D. Everything's 2D.
No. You're thinking about the 2D. You're thinking about the flat Earth model.
Okay, but if you go in a straight line this way, continuously, you end up back here.
Oh, yeah, you're missing the point. The point is that if the center point is our magnetic north. See, ancient cultures, by the way, before the globe was invented 500 years ago, ancient cultures did all the sailing based on compasses, and they did that based on not thinking it was a globe, but that they were actually going around a central compass point. So I think that we can do that no problem at all. Like I'm saying is that if I created a lake, so I take a circular lake, and I put a magnet in the middle, then my compass would always point to that magnet, right? And my east would be this way, and I would follow east, and it would just take me around in a very large circle all the way around.
But can you not go in a straight line without a compass?
No, you're always making an allowance. But you can't go in a straight line?
Without a
compass?
I
think you could go in a straight line here to America.
Yeah.
But you wouldn't need, but no, I think that if you look at the Vendy or any of these circumnavigation routes, then you can see how that works on a flat Earth. If you look at flight plans, you can see how they work on a flat Earth. Why, for example, in South Africa, we fly, instead of flying straight over to Australia, we fly straight up to Dubai and then down to Australia. And that works on a flat Earth. If you look at the flat Earth map, which is the United Nations logo, by the way, you look at that and you go, oh, that's a straight line. The same as the flight from this country to Australia. It's like, shit, it's a long old flight, and they always take you via Dubai, Hong Kong. And you look at that on a flat Earth map also, it's a straight line. There's a guy who wrote a book about 15 emergency landings where people had died or given birth on the plane, and they've landed the plane where it doesn't make sense according to the globe model. But when you plot that on the flat Earth United Nations logo map, then it makes a lot of sense. It's almost a straight line. So yeah, the navigation is not the... We can do navigation based on the flat Earth model. The Sumerians, the Egyptians, all these cultures, which were quite high as far as I could tell, they all said it's a flat Earth with a roof over the top. Thermodynamics and science demands, the second law is that if you want pressure containment and a gradient, you must contain the gas in your deodorant can.
When you reach the edge?
That's what the dissonant question I get quite often. What happens at the edge? Well, that's what we've been taught, is that you'll fall off the edge. Well, I think that it's a contained system. So if there is an edge, it would be a fixed barrier that we can't leave. I don't think mankind has ever got out. But the edge we contend
so why isn't that why isn't that more of an issue? Surely that's like...
Which religion do you belong to?
I don't.
None. But there's billions of people who believe in that shit, right?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of past, they didn't understand how things work.
Who didn't understand? Because surely by now, if they didn't understand, the Vatican would have said, "Oh, sorry, we had it wrong."
Yeah,
I
think it's because of the past, and it's...
Well, what about if it's about control?
Okay, but you think that the whole entire world is keeping a giant secret from everyone?
No. Remember, it's not. Remember that it's not. It's not that the world has to keep a secret. Only a few people at the top.
But surely they can take a boat, find the edge that you say you can't go through.
Antarctic Treaty. Have you heard of that?
Antarctic what?
Antarctic Treaty, signed in 1957, after Admiral Byrd came back and said, "I've found land out there in Antarctica bigger than America, and resources that would last lifetimes for mankind." Then they signed the Antarctic Treaty, and Russia, America, and all the big countries at the time, I think 12 at the time, signed this, shut it down. From the 60th parallel, you and me are not allowed to travel without a government escort. 60th, that's 30 degrees out that we cannot go to. And those people, when you find those few diaries of people that have been there, all they find is ice wall. And then this guy, Admiral Byrd, who'd had 5,000 soldiers and a fleet of ships, including an aircraft carrier by the military. He spent 15 years flying around there, and his son released his diaries a few years ago, and it says in it that he'd found land, there were people there, high culture, high technology and shit like that. So it may well be that we say that the flat Earth could hide, or the globe is hiding that there's more land. It might be hiding that we are simply slaves inside of a prison system, and that it is being controlled by the secret societies by a very, very, very few, that they don't have to know. But as far as I'm concerned, space is being faked. NASA is designed as the new religion. Most people wear their little NASA logos, and it's the new religion of the world, is that we believe that there's aliens and there's life better than us on other planets. But the stars in the sky that we see are simply points of light. They're a star in a jar experiment. They are cymatics. They are vibration in a medium, creating a point that moves across the sky on Mars, Venus, Mercury, and we can observe these with a powerful camera and see that they're just simply a light show doing this, and it's round, but it doesn't make it a sphere. And it's just a repeating light pattern, red in color if it's Mars, and they're the same kind of light show that we see all the time. So these things they're in local, and they're local to you. And for me, as an atheist 8 years ago, I was an atheist, didn't have any religion or anything like that. When I found this, I'm like, shit, that means we're far more important than we ever believed we were. I believed evolution. I raised my children at the university level on evolution. And now I know that shit, no, we were created on purpose. And in fact, the higher self is in you.
Wacko Jacko, how you going, mate?
and that God is in you. That whatever God is, Allah, Mother Nature, whatever, doesn't matter what you call it, it resides in each of us equally. So that there is no hierarchy here. We are all meant to be the essence of the Creator, having a divine experience, a free experience. But we are happy to be slaves, like Shawshank Redemption. We're happy to be in the prison because we don't know life outside of it. And I go around trying to tell people that I'm not selling no religion, I'm not selling no belief. I'm saying go and test these things for yourself and see if you can figure it out. You don't have to, but it's your life and your story. The government or the religion back in the day, the Vatican Church, the Catholics, they used to go around and beat and burn people, so that they would believe them and follow them. And now people do. I'm saying that they were wrong for doing that. And the same is true with the science teachers. The science teachers today are simply the science teachers that walked past me a minute ago. They are simply the kids that at school totally bought the gravity stuff. They understood the theory of relativity so well that they went on to teach it. That doesn't mean they're lying about it. It means that they totally believe the theology of relativity. It doesn't mean that they're lying. I just think that they bought the just like the preachers. I don't say that the preachers are going home to their children and lying to them, or going to on Sunday they're lying to their people. They're not. They believe the stuff that they're telling you. Totally. And so I just say, yeah, free your own mind, walk your own path. But mankind is in a prison, and these 15-minute cities that are coming our way, and all this other stuff that's coming our way that's trying to control us, it's going to get worse and worse while people continue to buy into the bullshit. Don't shake your hand, young man. Have a nice life.
You too.
You sounded interested.
Have a good one.
Interested. All the best. Good luck.
Have a good one.
Cheers. A few more. Hi guys.
Hi.
How you doing? Can I give you a flyer of mine?
Sure. So what are you presenting? What is this?
I'm presenting that we've been lied to about where we live and who we are.
Really?
Yeah. I think that the evolution story is a lie. I think Big Bang is a lie too. That we do not come from monkeys, and that we do not have an explosion creating all of this beauty, all of this
So where
perfection.
do we come from?
Well, I don't know the answer to that. I just know that what we've been told is not true.
How do you know that?
Well, it started for me that I found out that some of the wars that we've gone to have been staged, and then I discovered that there's a formula for curvature of the globe. Before, while I believed in the globe, I never asked the question, so how much is it bending? If the ship is going away, how much is it going away? And if it's going away on a ball, it should be about the same wherever you are. You should be able to go and measure that for 5 miles, 10 miles. Say, oh, it's 50 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters, but we can't measure that. So we find that it's not actually curving. Water is level, as we know, sea level, it's the same.
Water is level. So what happens when I reach here?
You can't get out.
So what, is there a wall?
Yeah, we think so. But before that, you'll be stopped and turned back by the military because they signed the Antarctic Treaty in 1957, which stops us from going 60th parallel anywhere south of the 60th parallel.
So you're saying that the government knows that we're not living on a round
Where you
Earth?
come from? Sweden?
Austria.
Austria. Okay, well, the Swedish government and the Scandinavian governments are all signed up to the Antarctic Treaty. So I believe that they keep it shut on purpose.
And what's Disney thing?
Yeah, I was also like, Disney is involved.
Yes, did you know?
Walt, fuck, I knew, I always was suspicious of Walt Disney.
Walt Disney, a guy who starts NASA is called Jack Parsons. And he had this thing called JPL, Jack Parsons Laboratories, right?
Yes.
Him and Walt Disney and the guy who started Scientology, L. Ron Hubbard, all three of them were friends. And they were students of Anton LaVey, who was Church of Satan. And they all got taught by the same guy. So one goes off and creates stories for children to make them believe in space. The other one goes into NASA and creates this fake space. and the other one gives us a religion that says we come from outer space. It's all connected. And then you find out that the guy who did the Apollo rockets, a guy called Werner von Braun, he came to America under Operation Paperclip. He was a Nazi scientist. And he comes to America under Operation Paperclip. He does the Apollo mission, but on his tombstone, one inscription, Psalms 19:1, which is this: the heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament, which is the roof, showeth his handiwork. So we say that there is a roof because in science, thermodynamics demands that if you want to create pressure, you have to keep it in a bag, a balloon, a deodorant can. It's the only way. Once you let the puncture the balloon, equalization immediately of pressure. We cannot have no barrier between a vacuum, non-vacuum. So we say that there must be some roof here, and the rocket program goes, the rockets shoot up 30, 40 miles, and then they do a parabola, and they drop them into the Bermuda Triangle.
That's crazy. Oh, Jesus.
The moon is also flat?
The moon is it seems like a disk. It's a light, and the moon has been proven to give off a cold light, not a hot light. And when they landed on the moon, right, it looks so dark, but apparently it's so bright. This is fake. This is fake.
This is also fake.
This is fake. This is fake.
What do you mean this is fake?
This is a government psyop called the Flat Earth Society.
But I thought it is flat. What are you advocating for?
No, I'm saying this.
Ah, so it is a globe, but like a Christmas ball.
Or an orange.
Or an orange.
If you think about everything in nature has a skin. Orange peel, skin, bark. Don't know. We think maybe water. Like in the Bible, it says God separates the waters from the waters, so it might be water.
There's water, like there's no galaxy.
All inside. All of that is inside.
So, so it's the ball with the galaxy, and then outside the galaxy is water.
Possibly. Right now, think in terms of electromagnetics. See, it's not actually a material Earth. I think we're actually, it's all light and energy. And we're just interpreting that energy as person, wood, water, whatever.
Why are we being lied to?
To control. Just like religion was designed to control, so is this religion of NASA. This religion of, we're small, insignificant, flung off in the distance of space 14 billion years, rather than what if this place was created? Well, this is because I was an atheist, and when I've discovered this, I'm like, whoa, then this place was created on purpose. It was created on purpose, and not only that, you were created on purpose. And you might well be the creator.
Okay, wait. So how would you live your life if everybody would agree with you?
If I live my life? Yeah, well, I think that we would have a loving mankind. You see, mankind is greedy. The 7 deadly sins they talk about in the Bible, that mankind is greedy. You see how we're all forced to live in cities, forced to work your whole life in order, just to have a roof over your head. Nature is so abundant that if we allowed the trees to grow and the fruit trees to grow, everybody should have 20 acres, 30 acres, 40 acres of land. It shouldn't be that one man can have 1,000 acres of land and then the people next door are starving because he's not sharing his land. So I think that if we knew what we came from, we would not go to war with each other. We would not work for the corporations that steal and destroy. You see, we would actually work in harmony, because we would realize that we are all one, and we would know that if I hurt you, I'm hurting God, I'm hurting myself. We would not conduct ourselves like the barely evolved apes, which they want us to believe that we are. So yeah, it has a huge psychological impact. When you're 5 years old, teacher says you came from an ape, and that we are living on a big bang that just happened to kind of coalesce in a Goldilocks zone, and now we're lucky to be here before the dinosaurs, the asteroids come and wipe us out. It means we don't need government in the way that people believe that we need government. That we could actually be free people, sovereign people, like our own king and queen, rather than a taxpayer and a number and someone who the government can punish. So yeah, I think we would have a more loving world. We would definitely have a more loving world.
All right. Well.
Cool.
Thank you.
Cool. You're welcome. Have a good life. Did I give you a flyer?
Yes.
I did. All right.
Thank you.
This is high-level photography.
That's straight, right?
From 120,000 feet. 120,000 feet, this is lower, and this is obviously sea level. But all we see when we take a regular camera up there is level. When you take a fisheye lens, you can make it go bend.
That's insane. I have to come on, man. Oh my God. Thank you.
You're welcome. Have a nice day. Yeah, man. Hi guys. I got some info. I used to believe in this globe. Now no.
Why is that?
Well, because there's so many things that are wrong with the space program. So many things you can pick out and say, oh wow, I can see that mistake. I can see where they made a mistake there and trying to make us believe that they're in outer space. But there's so many things about that that are easy to debunk. But for me, water being level is probably the starting point that everybody can test for themselves. Is that you can actually go and do an observation over water at night and see street lights up the coast on a clear night. You can see street lights 20 kilometers up the coast. But according to the formula for curvature, they should be under the curve of the water. So water is level, and ships are not going downhill. Ships cannot go downhill. They need a lock system to go down. And they're not coming back up. Ships are going away out of your, they're getting smaller and smaller, and they appear to be going over, but that's just them going to the vanishing point, depending on the atmosphere and how low you are. If you go up higher into a 10-story building, you see that ship further. If you go into an aeroplane, you see that ship even further, and always over the flat water, level water. So we're on the east coast of England now. You can go to the west coast of England in a day, and you'll go up to 300 meters in the Mendip Hills, and you'll go down again 300 meters to get to the other side. Same sea level. Same applies to Africa. Same applies to any body of water. Is that if you take a swimming pool and put a big boulder inside of that, you go up over the boulder and down, but the level of the water is the same. The water must be contained. That's what we find in physics, that water demands containment. If you do not contain it, it will spill away. So we must be inside of a contained system. You cannot put water on the outside of a bowl. The water must be contained inside. And in nature, of course, all fruit has a skin. And so we must have a skin, because nature shows us in the microcosm what's going on in the macrocosm. So I think that there's a skin to this place. It has a roof, and the ancient cultures and the Vedas and all of them, they said that we live inside of a like a bubble, inside of a ball, and not on the outside of the ball.
Yes. How would you explain the equal force of gravity in most areas? And how do you explain in Kenya, on the equator, basically, water spins in one direction, water spins in the left.
I've seen
the
that.
South Pole.
Yeah.
How would you explain that?
Well, I'm not sure if that's not a trick, but that wouldn't be enough.
How
to
would you
say
explain? Then you're basically disputing gravity, aren't you?
Ah, yes, I am. So let me tell you why. Because I can release the helium balloon. What's going to happen? It's going to go up.
Yeah.
Why?
Because it's quite light. Yeah, it's because
it's
of the
light compared to the medium. Yes, but it'll only go up so high. I know obviously the balloon will pop at some point, but the helium will rise to some point, and there it will settle once it reaches equilibrium. The same is true with the stone. If I drop the stone through the air, it's going to fall more quickly than when it goes through the water.
Right. But why is it stone falling? Why won't it stay stationary, or why doesn't it fly up?
Did I pick it up?
Huh?
Did I pick up the stone?
Yeah, you leave it here, then why won't it stay in the same place?
When you know this from when you were 6 years old, please don't try to be stupid now. When you pick it up, sir, you are imparting energy, yes? Potential energy. The higher you lift it, the more energy, yes? Yes? Agree?
Yeah.
So the stone you took out of equilibrium by lifting it up. If I take a football and it's floating on the water, it's in equilibrium, but if I push it down, what's going to happen? It's going to go back up.
So are you saying anything on the ground has zero energy?
Well, it's yes, at that point in time it has no energy. Yes.
Okay.
It's in equilibrium. But if I dug a hole and I replace the ground with air, then all of a sudden, yes, it will fall.
Let's put that logic aside. Okay, on the beach, I'll leave a stone there and dig a hole around it. Will it fall or will it stay stationary? Because there is no potential energy on the stone, because I have not imparted any energy.
True.
So why does the stone fall down?
So, as you create the digging,
where have I imparted energy to the stone?
Well, you've created a vacuum beneath the stone.
No,
right? Created a point for it to fall.
See, you're just making stuff up now.
Well, gravity is a theoretical concept, right? So even if I accept that, can you then say, let me finish, can you then say it's going to draw water to the underside of a ball?
It's not about it. The gravitational force is equal all over the geoid of the Earth, and Earth is not a sphere, it's a geoid. So it's equal all around, that is why the water stays flat. It's not about the fact that
curvature formula. You know the formula for curvature? Yes.
Hey man, yeah. I was just wondering about the, like you mentioned the force, that kind of, do you kind of get that if you want to, if like a plane wants to take off, it needs some level of force to counteract the force of gravity. Do you get that as, if you want to throw a stone into the air, you have to exert a force, and then that force is cancelled out by gravity, eventually it comes back down. Do you get like,
well, I know
basically
that
gravity is a force, or is it just not, gravity isn't a thing at all?
Yeah, gravity doesn't need to be a thing. I think that for me, that really as high as I throw the stone will determine how high it gets up and how much force it'll have.
Well, why is it coming back down? Why doesn't it just keep going? If like...
Because it's not buoyant in this environment. If it was a pumice stone, and I put it in water, it would float.
But isn't buoyancy in itself, isn't that...
Yeah, so we're talking
as you
about,
push it down, there's a force acting up on it and it'll come back up.
Well, I don't know how the force acting up, because if you've done any scuba diving, it's not that there's nothing pushing me up. It's just that I'm naturally buoyant, so my body is wanting to go, and the force, the inward pushing force is coming from all directions. Although I accept that it's getting less, the amount of pressure is lessening as I get back to the surface, and then once I get to zero, and then I continue up into the sky, the amount of pressure is reducing. We're at 1 bar of pressure now, and as we go up, then that amount of pressure reduces. But the stone, remember, is not buoyant in this medium. So no matter what you do, once you lift it out of its resting place, it's going to do the equal and opposite of whatever you do to it. So that's, I got no problem with just completely dismissing, gravity altogether and saying I can replace that with what's the medium and the density of the thing that I'm looking at, and what am I doing with it? Because people don't realize that helium has been gathered up and then pushed together to create a helium balloon. We've had to take that out of the ground or draw that out of the air or whatever. We've had to pull all of that light gas somewhere, put it together in one point, and so we've acted upon it. And then obviously once we let it go,
like putting it in the balloon is.
No, because you already remember that it's being held in a metal canister until they inflate the balloon, But that gas is wanting, at every instant, it's wanting to go up. Because it is less dense than the environment that it's in. Same with the football underwater, it's less dense than the environment it's in, so it's wanting to go up. And that's got nothing to do with gravity, but to do with the inversion of the density or the buoyancy in that environment. So no, we can completely get rid of it.
If you have like something that's like, so a set mass, we'll say, and you throw it up. So under that kind of logic, if it was just based on the buoyancy, it would always go up and then go to a set point where the buoyancy was less than that rock, and then come back down. Whereas I can throw it at twice the force, and it'll go twice the distance. So why isn't it the case that if it's just buoyancy and density, if you're saying the atmosphere that's higher, it'll get to a point where it reaches the same density as the rock, and then it'll stop and then it'll come back down. Why, if I exert a different force, it'll go a different distance?
Well, you're imparting a different force, It's only when you change the medium that you'll see a variation, really. So like if you threw a stone through water, you don't get very far. But
no, I get that. I'm exerting a different force, but then there must be, to counteract that, then there must be a force acting down on it.
Well, no, because you like say you've thrown the ball up, you're stone up, you've given it a certain amount of kinetic energy. And that's only going to, unless there's other factors that are causing more friction, or there's a wind on it, or something like that, kinetic energy is going to be expressed to its fullest extent. And then it'll return back to its fine level. And I'll say to people, if I took an apple and threw it 10 meters up in the air, we know it's going to come 10 meters down. But if I put a swimming pool or a body of water halfway up there, about 5 meters, it'll stop there, because all of a sudden it's hit a medium that's greater than the apple.
It'll stop completely,
Well, the apple would obviously bob slightly down water, and then it's going to float. Also kinetic energy, and it's going to need to exhaust that, and then it'll bob back to balance and find buoyancy. So no, we don't need that. But even if we accepted, even if we allowed for gravity is not just the throwing of stones up in the air and then coming down. It's that actually water is being pulled to the underside of a ball. Ships are floating and planes are flying upside down, and you don't even feel it. You know, you can't see it, and we've never even seen a so-called photograph from space of anything underneath the globe. Underneath the globe.
I'm a big fan of flat Earth.
Yeah?
Yeah, of course.
Right.
Earth is flat.
Shake my hand. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
You can take my flyer.
Thanks, mate.
Earth is flat to electromagnetic plane. I think we live in an electromagnetic torus system. But the water is flat.
It's level? Level?
Yes, perfect.
Who the hell thinks Earth is a ball?
It's crazy.
Crazy?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right.
So, I've looked into this before.
Yeah?
I don't know, because you know they always refer to the firmament.
Yeah.
You know, Hillary Clinton, you've seen it, right?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Ceiling behind it.
Most no, it's not spinning.
Yeah,
it's not spinning.
It's not spinning, and we can't measure curvature over the water.
And the sun.
Sun is close, man. And, you know, I give people this example that actually on a moonlit night, when the clouds are, you've got clouds on a moonlit night, I'm noticing the clouds are actually being lit by the moon just in more space. Down the road 10 miles, it's black. And if your friend is down the road, and he's a moon, they can come like, what are you illuminating clouds for? So these clouds are actually not that there is one sun or one moon. Oh, you keep an open mind, right? I have some electromagnetic stuff. So, for me, this Newtonian crap is just brainwashing. It's electromagnetic. I've got to rock and roll. I've got things to do. So I appreciate talking to you. I'm just going to take my flyers down. You can.
Especially the fact that Africa's a lot bigger than it.
Yeah, maps aren't accurate.
Exactly, completely inaccurate. Yeah. And the Antarctic Treaty, what do you think about that?
Yep, that's also to stop us from seeing what's out there. We think that there might be more land.
Do you think there is?
There might be, I don't know. I keep that on the table.
Earth is flat.
Earth is flat, not a spinning rock.
Yeah.
Earth is
Earth is flat.
Yes, brother. Yes. All
What's
right.
your YouTube?
Trinity 4, it's on there.
Alright,
Yeah,
make
it's
sure
on the
to
front.
Facebook.
Yeah. All right, all the best. Guys, that's been fun.
Yeah, I saw there was like
I'm going to just say some goodbyes and thank you all for stopping in. I think it's 4.5 hours now. That's good. You can support us, yes. Sense man, how are you doing? Maybe a clone. Yeah. People are so weird. How do you know that? Comes close to space I am getting a bit qualified. The CIA has done a cracking job, but it's all trauma-based mind control. Like I said to my pal earlier today, it's you know that's why they want to circumcise us, stuff like that, because it's trauma. And once you got trauma, you got the mind. So I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream. Alright, man. I hope you guys have enjoyed the stream here from Brighton. It's an hour's drive home. Once again, I'm really grateful to those folks who sent us some money. And Tony sent me $100, and so did Nathan. So that's seriously helped us for the next little while. Earth is flat. Take a picture. And you know what? I mean, just people who send me a 5 every now and again and a 10, it's all good. There's no. But we are obviously still doing this for ourselves, and no man is an island. And do these folks ever work it out? I don't know, but I'm going to do what I can to do my bit. Maybe mankind's not meant to work it out. But I don't think that I'm the one that's meant to make that decision. I think struggling with it. I think that we're meant to take action. So I'm not saying everybody has to get on the street and do this and all this. It's not very pleasant some of the time. So I'm grateful for that support as well.